When I pulled up outside the shop, I had to recheck my directions to make sure I was in the right place. The address had taken me to a strip mall in the middle of nowhere. It was off the highway and about 15 miles from the closest town in either direction. I didn't know who was shopping out here to keep the place open, but they must have been spending a lot of money here because Video Time Capsule was the largest of the other 3 stores. There was a Dollar General on the end because there's always a Dollar General in these things, a Little Caesars that smelled pretty damn good after driving 8 hours, and a grubby little computer repair shop that was hardly a footnote. There was a 4th spot for a new store, the windows looking like a cell phone place or a tobacco shop had been there recently, but the big event was the relic that I had pulled up in front of. The Video Time Capsule had no logo, no signage other than the one on the front of the store, and clearly did its business by word of mouth. The windows were covered in a thick film of paper, the yellow kind that usually sat inside drawers, and dust old enough to vote seemed to keep it in place. I could see the open sign through the thick scum of dirt on the front of the windows, and I had to ask myself if I really wanted to go in there. Most movie stores had posters on the windows or advertisements for new releases. This place had nothing to let you know what it sold, other than the name. Pigglesnork had been correct. This place was definitely sketchy AF. The sun was just beginning to set, and the whole strip mall was cast in that nostalgic yellow film of days gone by. The light that let you know it was almost time for bed, that dinner would be served soon, and you better get some sleep because school would come again tomorrow. How many times had I sat in my backyard and watched the sunset, thinking just those things? The time before dark always made me nostalgic, always reminded me of my childhood, and I guess it always would. That was why I was here, after all, because of my childhood. If this place could help me find my mom, then I would try it. The show was all I had to go by, after all, and if the owner had VHS tapes or whatever that I could watch, then I'd thank him for the opportunity and pay the price. If it meant that I could find my mom and see my last living parent again, then I'd pay whatever price was asked. I would come to regret that thought later, because the price turned out to be steeper than I could have known. The bell rang overhead, and the smell of old cigarettes and time hit me as I walked inside. The place looked ancient. It appeared to have existed since the arrival of the VHS tape itself. The floor had once been white and black checkered tiles, but was now faded and sooty and covered in a layer of grime. The shelves were harsh-looking metal constructs that held all manner of antiquities. VHS players were arrayed on those shelves, sharing space with Betamax and DVDs as well. They were all in alphabetical order, to my surprise, and I saw the chunky orange cases of Nickelodeon tapes and the soft blues of lesser-known studios. There were tapes with factory labels, tapes with handwritten labels, and tapes with no labels at all. There were old players on the shelves that were nearly lost behind the dust that had settled on them, and the long glass counters were no exception. Inside were cloudy tapes on glass risers, but the dust was so thick that I couldn't begin to tell you what they were. The fluorescents overhead crackled and popped like they might go out at any minute, and the stuttering bulbs seemed to lead me to the register. If the shop was a mess, then the register was the eye of the garbage storm. A rotund man sat behind the counter, watching an ancient TV that was laughing mechanically. Whatever was playing out cast his doughy face in an eerie refrain. He was balding, the hair that had retreated down the back of his head having been scooped into a greasy ponytail. He wore smeary glasses, his eyes goggling through them like he might be blind if he were to lose them. He was wearing a t-shirt that looked barely capable of containing his bosom, and he looked up at me with a distinct lack of concern for much of anything. He knew how he looked, he was aware how he came off, but this was his world, and I could like it or leave it. "What brings you in?" he said by way of greeting. I was told you might have something that I was looking for." He smiled, showing a mouthful of cigarette-stained teeth. "That's what I'm here for. What exactly are you seeking?" "It was a public access show from the 90s in the North Tennessee area, but I guess it could have been in other places." He'd opened his laptop as I spoke, scrubbing the mouse over the filthy pad. Yeah, but what's the name?" I licked my lips hesitantly. "Bright Access?" Even in the buttery light of an episode that I was pretty sure was Frasier, I could see the man pale. "No," he said, shutting the laptop hard enough to rattle the glass. I was confused. "No?" "No," he said again, crossing his arms. I stood there, shuffling the dust as I waited for him to elaborate, but he seemed unwilling. "No, you don't have it, or no, you won't let me see it?" "No, no one sees it. I keep it because I must, but I won't let it be seen. It's cult recruitment, and..." He licked his lips and seemed to hunt for the words. "It's not right. It's cursed or haunted or something. I don't know what it is, but I'm not going to let you watch it." I searched for an argument, any argument I could, but mostly I just tried not to cry. He had the thing I needed, and he wouldn't even let me see it. How else was I going to find my mom? How else was I going to get some answers? I wiped away tears as I finally decided on the truth and spilled my guts to this greasy stranger. "Sir, you don't know me, but I'm trying to find the farm on that show. My mother disappeared when I was young, and my father believed that she had gone to that cult. He believed she was the host of the show for a while, but he cut me off. Are you trying to tell me your mother is Miss Mary?" he asked. He didn't sound skeptical. He sounded afraid. My dad seemed to think so. He forbid me from watching the show again and even broke the TV I was watching it on. That hadn't occurred to me when Grandma had handed it to me, but I clearly remembered it now. Dad had flipped the table and cracked the TV housing, breaking it in the process. When Grandma handed it to me, though, it had been as good as new. How had that happened? Had she given me a different TV? Had it maybe not been as damaged as I'd thought it was? I'd have to ponder that later, though, because the guy was eyeing me suspiciously across the counter. "How do I know you aren't part of the cult here to take my tapes?" I wanted to ask what that mattered, but something else occurred to me instead. "Have they tried before?" He pursed his lips, clearly not sure whether to believe me or not, but he must have decided that a little bit of trust was in order. "Here," he said, handing me a key from a big ring he'd taken out of the counter. "Lock the front door, turn the sign to closed, and come to the back. If you're serious about seeing the tapes, then I guess we'll let you see them." I know what most of you are going to say. This sounds like a great way to get human trafficked, murdered, or become an unwilling organ donor. But if you'd seen the look on his face, you'd have understood why I did what I did. I've been living with men leering at me and acting creepy since I got breasts at 13. The look on this pudgy bottom dweller's face, however, wasn't an internal discussion on whether he could knock me out and drag me off somewhere. Honestly, he looked like someone who was afraid to discover whether the scratching under his bed was a stowaway cat or a real monster. He led me into the back of the store when I brought him the keys back, but before that, he held out a greasy hand and reminded me of his fee. 15, he said, his sausage fingers wiggling impatiently. Not a penny less. My eyes got big. Just to see it? Yes, not even sure you'll be able to, and if that's the case, then I'll give you your money back. But I could be in a lot of trouble if Bright Church ever thought I had recorded a copy of this. So, yeah, $1,500 in cash. Or you go back to your car and go back to pretending that these plates don't exist. The word plates kind of threw me off, but I was determined to see no matter what. Like I said, I had some money put aside that had come from my dad's inheritance, and $1,500 wouldn't cut into it too badly. I pulled a wad of cash out of my pocket and counted him out 15 $100 bills. Before slapping it into his hand, however, I held on to it and did my best to give him a mean look. "This better be worth it," I growled, before finally letting the money slap onto his palm. To his credit, he didn't count it in front of me. We walked into the back, and I saw that the front, as dusty and sloppy as it was immaculate by comparison. The back was teetering piles of VHS tapes, dusty jewel cases of DVDs stacked floor to ceiling, and several large filing cabinets stuffed into corners to rot. The lights were covered in thick cobwebs, and they buzzed in a way that made me think they might disintegrate at any moment. Amidst it all was a TV on one of those wheelie stands that you always saw them push into your classroom when it was time to watch a movie. The underside a mess of players that jockeyed for dominance. The TV was on and showing Snow, looking like a crouched monster just waiting to be awakened. My guide went over to one of the cabinets and fumbled around inside before pulling out a supersized DVD. I understood now why he'd called it a plate. The thing was a little smaller than a manhole cover, and it looked like a frisbee from the 1970s. It glittered in the poor light, sending rainbows shifting across the ceiling, and I was mesmerized by it as I walked over to the TV. "What the heck is that?" "Laserdisc," he said, blowing some of the dust off. "Believe it or not, these things were going to revolutionize the industry. It's a shame they were so expensive to produce." He knelt down in front of the cart, and after putting the disc under his arm, he took out a player that I had never seen before. "Why would a cult put their show on something like that?" I asked. "Oh, they didn't. We did." "We?" "The members of the Society for Digital Preservation. The SDP has been aware of Bright Farms and shows like it for a long time. There are shows that defy normal means of capture and archival. So, you have to get creative. We couldn't capture digital signals on VHS or Betamax, so after some tinkering, we set up one of these old Laserdisc players to record and managed to get a solid recording on one. They were expensive to produce, but once the industry tanked, you couldn't give them away. I had about a dozen of these blank discs, so we figured it was worth a shot." The screen went dark for a moment as he got the chords just right, but before he put the disc in, he looked back at me as if to ask if I was sure I wanted to do this. "Fair warning, you may not be able to see anything. The show appears as static or snow sometimes, but if you've seen it before, then it shouldn't be a problem. If you can see it, you should know it's likely to get strange." "How strange?" I asked. "The recording was made on June 3rd, 1999, but the episode we recorded isn't what it always seems to be. It's possible that you'll see and hear any number of things. Some of them may be bad. You sure you still want this?" I wasn't, but I nodded anyway, and he pushed play on the player before moving towards the door faster than I would have thought him capable. "Aren't you staying?" I called at him, confused by his sudden retreat. "Absolutely not. She was not pleased to see me the last time I watched it." "Who?" But I turned back to the screen as the opening song began to play. It panned in on the country store, the idyllic valley looking just as I had thought it would. As we entered the store, I saw Miss Mary busily wiping the counter as she went about her tasks. She hadn't noticed me yet, but as she looked up into the camera, her face split into a grin of surprise and joy that was more than a little infectious. "It's you! Welcome back, my dear. I'd wondered if I'd ever see you again." She leaned on the counter, her eyes fixated on me as the two of us stared at each other. "Where's your father? I'd hoped he'd come to see me." "Dad's dead," I've said, feeling a little silly to be talking to a TV set. Miss Mary looked a little sad, but not terribly surprised. I suppose his heart couldn't keep up with him forever. It's a shame, though. I was hoping he'd come to his senses. This was all getting a little weird, and I decided to ask my questions before I lost my nerve. Where are you, Mom? I'd like to know you, if that's even possible anymore. She smiled at me, her teeth huge and white in her mouth. And have you accepted the bright into your heart? I shook my head slowly, not even sure what that meant anymore. I don't know, Mom. I don't even know what that means. She shrugged. Only those who have accepted the bright can truly find this place. Them and those who are called by the bright. Do you have something you desire, my dear? Something that the bright can return to you? I leaned forward, my face close enough that she could have snatched me through the TV, if that was something she cared to do. There was something I wanted desperately, but I wasn't sure if the bright would give it to me. I just want you. You're my only parent now that Dad's gone, and just wanted to get to know you better. Don't you want me? Don't you want to know your daughter? Miss Mary looked a little unsure for half a heartbeat, and seeing it made me feel a little more hopeful. She wasn't completely gone then. There was still some of my mother in there. If she still wanted something besides the rapture of the bright, then maybe I could convince her to come back with me. She could move back into the house that she had once shared with Dad, and we could be a family again. I was still optimistic, in that way that only children who've never known their parents can be. I'll need to think about it, discuss it with the elders. We'll be in touch, she said, turning away as the screen once again was overtaken by static. I watched the static for a long time, tears running down my face and making my shirt wet. When I finally switched it off, I saw the greasy little troll standing in the doorway to the back room. He looked embarrassed to be there. "Did you get what you were after?" he asked as I came out, wiping my eyes with the back of my hand. "I don't know. Maybe. I saw my mom. I guess that's all I really wanted in the end." He tried to give me my money back, but I wouldn't take it. I'd bought the ticket to the show, and I'd gotten what I'd paid for. I'm in the parking lot of this tiny roadside motel now, preparing to go in and stay for the night. We'll see what sort of answers I can find here, and I'll keep you all updated when I know more. He had set his table up an hour before sunset. His suit was immaculate for someone who lived out of his car, and Lucifer knew it was the key to his operation. A lot of these people who hawked did so in clothes that made them look like bums. Lucifer, however, was a born salesman, and he knew that if he couldn't buy you, then you wouldn't buy from him. Lucifer Marvelous Jones had the unfortunate luck to be the child of Cassie Koppel, a lifetime resident of Forest View Asylum. When the 42-year-old woman had come up pregnant, the questions of patronage had immediately arisen. Cassie said, and stuck with her story for the rest of her life, that Lucifer himself had visited her and begot her with his offspring. She held the death within her that was warned about in Revelations, and she would bring it into this world no matter what they thought. The staff was pretty sure that it had been Charles Danver, an orderly who had recently been fired for inappropriate relations with residents. But when Lucifer had been born, his skin was the color of coal, and it led to more questions than answers. The state took him away not long after they wrestled him from his mother, and thus Lucifer Marvelous Jones entered the system, a system that was kinder to him than most. Lucifer, despite his name and his humble beginnings, was possessed of an infectious smile and an unshakable positivity that others liked. He was adopted at 4 and lived with a middle-class family until his grades and impressive IQ were made note of by a local philanthropist who adopted him again and gave him a peerless education. Lucifer's grades ensured him a place at any college he wanted, and his backers' financial stability ensured that wherever he went, it would be the best. He had a degree in business before 25. The world prepared for him to open his own Fortune 500 company any day now. He surprised them further by taking up politics and philosophy, and his benefactor hoped that maybe he'd go into politics himself. He learned all he could about the human condition, studied psychology and human nature, and then surprised them all one final time by disappearing without a trace. He took some clothes and a bag, his best suit and shoes, left in his car one day with no intention of returning. That had been nearly a decade ago, but Lucifer had never stopped learning. He had simply changed classrooms. "Hey there, friend," he called to a man in a suit almost as nice as his. "Come have a chat for a minute. I got something I'd like to show you." The man would have been a hard mark for anyone else, but not for Lucifer. He was a businessman, a middle management type who clearly had dreams of rising, and normally he would have no more stopped to talk to someone on the sidewalk than he would have taken out his wallet and left it on the lamppost. He was on his phone, but Lucifer had no doubt that he had heard him. He never let doubt enter his mind, and when the man turned, he hooked him with his winning smile and lured him in. The man looked surprised to be standing before the suited man's card table, but the hawker wasn't. He was right where he wanted him, and that was good. "Your case," Lucifer said, the man looking down at his battered Samsonite briefcase. "It's unbecoming of a man in your position." The businessman looked confused. "What's wrong with it?" "Oh, nothing. For someone who doesn't want to rise higher than middle management, that is. But you," he said the last words like he meant to roll in it, "you have big dreams. You can't hold papers for dreams as big as yours in a case like that." Lucifer reached beneath the table and produced something he'd been holding just for this man. It was a gorgeous leather attaché case with golden buckles and a polished brass handle, the kind of case the boss carried so that everyone knew who he was. The man's eyes lit up when he saw it, but Lucifer pulled it back out of reach. "Not before we've talked price, my friend." The man looked at him for a moment like he meant to fight him, but he wouldn't be the first to try. It wouldn't do him any better than it had done the others either. "The price," Lucifer said, his voice dropping a little, "is something small. Give me what you have in your wallet for starters. I know it isn't much, but the second part is the big ask." The man nodded, shakily fishing his wallet out before handing Lucifer the $300 inside. Lucifer produced a gym bag then, placing it on the table gingerly. "Take this bag to 2369 Hammerlock Plaza. Leave it in the lobby, and leave without being seen. If you're seen, I'll know and come to get the case back. Do this, and the case will be yours." The man looked enraptured as he took the bag and case, nodding furiously before heading up the sidewalk with a new spring in his step. "That was deftly done," said someone from behind him. "You have a definite talent, my friend." Lucifer didn't jump, didn't tense, but it was the first time in a while that someone had snuck up on him. He turned his head a little as he saw the man in the coal-black suit, his hands on the end of a cane and his rump on the bench where Lucifer had taken the case from. "I should hope so, sir. I've been perfecting my art for years," Lucifer said. "Longer than you might suspect, I think," the man said, but Lucifer didn't let it affect him. He turned back to the crowd, angry that he had almost missed the woman as she came walking past. He'd been planning this for weeks, and He wasn't about to miss his chance. "Excuse me, ma'am," he said, his smile attached when she turned with a nearly rehearsed swivel. "I believe I have something that you might be looking for." She walked over dreamily, and when he pulled out the porcelain figure from beneath the table, she shuddered in surprise. How did you know?" she said, reaching for it with a shaky hand. He covered it, though, with his big dark one, smiling disarmingly as he set the hook. "I have an eye for precious things, and people who share a love of fine things. All I ask," he said as he produced a letter, "is that you drop this into a mailbox for me. Somewhere near your work should do it, and you can take your prize with you." She snatched the letter, nodding as she took the figurine and walked briskly away. "Did you need something, friend?" Lucifer asked, without looking at the man. "I don't believe I've seen a face as distinct as yours before." The man had a smile that belonged in a funhouse, but Lucifer couldn't deny that he was charming and had a certain magnetism to him. "Oh, it isn't what you can do for me," the man said. "It's more what I can do for you. A man of your talent could—" "Hold that thought," Lucifer said, whistling to a high school girl as she came walking past. Her eyes traveled from her phone for the first time in hours, and she came over to the hawker willingly enough. When he pulled out the bag, the look told him that she would have done all manner of degrading things to have it. Lucifer, however, needed no such act. "Take this letter to the owner of the deli on 3rd and Foreman. Tell him 7 o'clock, and don't be late. Bring the number 3 to the house we discussed. Do this, or this bag will be back in my possession by nightfall. Understand?" She nodded, thanking him again and again before walking away in a hurry. "Now then," Lucifer said, "you were saying." "As I was saying, your talents are of interest to us. We would like to purchase them for our company so that they can be utilized by our clients." "How interesting," Lucifer commented. "Does that line often work on people?" The man looked taken aback by his statement. "Excuse me?" "Oh, no disrespect, but I suspect that you're used to doing business with desperate individuals who value money a bit too much. The wording of your statement leads them to believe you're offering them work or perhaps a trade. They don't realize their mistake until the deal is struck, then must lament at leisure what they have lost. Am I close?" The man wanted to be angry, Lucifer could tell, but there was a level of curiosity to the old devil that intrigued him as much as it intrigued him. "But not you?" he asked, switching his grin for something a little more sardonic. "You're too great a salesman to be huckstered by my obvious naivete." Lucifer laughed. "You are many things, sir, but I don't believe that naive is one of them. No, you're someone whose empire makes mine look like a sandcastle to a king. I admit, I doubt I am as skilled a liar as you are, nor do I have as much experience rooking the sheep as Richard T. Sereph, but I'm no layman, and I can smell a predator when it enters my territory." The man's eyes gave away his surprise at being named, but his smile was no less merry. "Very well met, Lucifer Marvelous Jones. It seems that you have me at a disadvantage, something that doesn't often happen in my line of work." Lucifer steepled his fingers, letting the crowd pass behind him as the real battle of wills happened right here on his busy street corner. This was the single greatest deal of the man's life, and he knew it had the potential to go bad with only a single misstep. Lucifer had made worse deals, however, and was always willing to bet on his abilities. Besides, he'd come prepared for this meeting. "So, let me offer you a counter deal. I will not sell you my talent. It's far too valuable to sell, and I suspect that you don't want to buy it for just anyone either. I suspect that you want to monopolize my talent and use it to further your own endeavors. Am I correct in assuming as much?" Mr. Sereph nodded, looking genuinely impressed with the young man's assessment of him. Impressive, but I should have suspected nothing less from the shadow broker of East Los Angeles. "And yet, you thought that I'd sell my talent like someone looking for a fix," he said, putting his old tone back on with a laugh, showing that he wasn't insulted, but only disappointed. Mr. Sereph shrugged. "I had to try. I haven't come up against one of your kind who is such a match for me in a long time, and are unlikely to for quite some time," Lucifer admonished. "I am, after all, the Antichrist, if you believe my mother." Mr. Sereph's laugh was rich and terrible, and many of the people walking by shuddered, though they knew not why. I can assure you, Mr. Jones, you are not. That one has not yet been born, and hopefully will not be for many generations yet." "In that case," said Mr. Jones, "I propose a trade." Mr. Sereph raised an eyebrow at him. "A trade, you say?" "Never fear, sir. It's a trade that's mutually beneficial for both of us." "I'm all ears," said Mr. Sereph, smiling as he folded his hands in his lap. Here it was, his one chance. Lucifer hoped he was up to the challenge. "I propose that you hire me, and we further each other's objectives." Whatever Mr. Sereph had been expecting, his face showed Lucifer that a job proposition wasn't it. "A job! A job! You want to work for me!" It was Lucifer's turn to smile. "Don't act so surprised. Libra's talent is a very lucrative venture, but it's a venture that requires talent. You are one person," he hedged, not wanting to insult him, but not wanting to undersell him either. "And you've been the sole representative of Inquisitions for quite some time. Why not let me help? I do have a knack for talking people into things, as well as convincing them that I can provide them with what they want." Mr. Sereph looked shocked, gobsmacked even, and when he leaned forward, Lucifer thought it might be the first time he'd been taken off guard in a long time. "Well, goodness, I haven't had to do anything like an interview in so long. I don't guess you have a resume I can look over, do you?" Lucifer thought about it for a moment. "I may, actually. Do you recall my transactions this morning?" Mr. Sereph nodded, ticking off items on his finger. "You sold a gaudy briefcase, a tacky figurine, and an overpriced purse." Lucifer smiled, but it was hard to keep the derision off his face. "Correct, though inaccurate and a little insulting. I sold a Lavar Manuel attaché case to a businessman who's hoping to impress his boss. In exchange, he gave me $300 and, more importantly, will drop off a duffel bag in the lobby of a building that holds a certain law firm. The woman traded a rare Hummel figurine for the promise that she will drop a letter in a mailbox for me. The letter contains evidence that the owner of Pax & Sons law office has been cheating on his wife with a mistress. Lastly, I traded a Lou Bodwin signature handbag for the promise of a message being delivered to Gino's Italiano. The message will ensure that food is delivered to the law office of Bob Steffens at exactly 7 p.m. That will mean that his door is open when the man I've instructed to go and break his knees goes to fulfill his contract." "Very devilish," Mr. Sereph said. "But what does that have to do with anything?" "The duffel bag contains drugs that will be traced back to the law office in the building. The wife of Jim Pax will ensure that a rift forms between him and his sons, who are his partners. Bob Steffen will have his knees broken and will be unable to recover fully. All of this will ensure that Joseph Treadwell, of Treadwell, Gabe, and Droff, is one of the few practicing attorneys in the area when a certain high-profile case comes up next week. It will also place him in my debt and leave no way to trace any of this back to me. Mr. Sereph looked impressed, but not sold. It was time for the closer. All this is very impressive, but still doesn't show me why I should hire you. Of course not, Lucifer said. You won't understand that until I sell you something you want. Mr. Sereph laughed for true then, and it sounded like fingernails on wind chimes. Me? You think you have something that will turn my head? I admire your courage, Lucifer Jones, but I don't believe you have anything that will interest me. We'll see, Lucifer said, leaning down so he could reach beneath the bench where Mr. Sereph sat. From beneath him, he took a box, a simple wooden box. But as he set it in his lap, he knew the old demon could sense something within it. It was something special, the first and only gift his mother had ever given him, except his life. He'd kept it since it had been mailed to him by someone at the adoption agency when he had turned 18. It was his most prized possession, and he knew it was just what he needed. Did you know that the doctor handed my mother something on the day I was born? Something very special. Oh? Mr. Sereph asked, trying for disinterest, but finding it hard to maintain. Yes, it was the only thing she had to remember me by for 17 years before her death. They said that a week before she died, she mailed it to my caseworker, telling me that it was my birthright and my inheritance. It's my most prized possession, and if you agree to hire me, I'll give it to you. Mr. Sereph swallowed loudly, his eyes boring into the box as he waited for it to be unveiled. Lucifer opened the box, and inside was a wonder. It was a black feather, the end forged into an ink pen, and it was the most beautiful thing that Lucifer had ever seen. He had sat in bed the night after receiving it and ran the feather over his chin, feeling its texture and hearing the words of the letter in a voice that he had never heard in life. "It's your birthright, your inheritance," the letter had said, and he had known it was very special. Mr. Sereph looked at the feather, delighted and not bothering to hide it. He was like a child who receives exactly what he wants for Christmas, and now cannot believe that he's seen it made real. It was clear that he wanted to reach for it, but he seemed unable to just yet. Where did you get this?" he asked breathlessly. "My mother claimed I was holding it when she delivered me, and she claimed it was proof of my true patronage." When Mr. Sereph tried to reach for it, his long-fingered hands trembling, Lucifer closed the box with a snap. "What do you say?" Lucifer asked, offering him a hand. Mr. Sereph thought about it, clearly not used to being on this end of the deal, before shaking it with a smile and a deep belly laugh. "Welcome to Libra's talent, Lucifer Marvelous Jones. I believe you will fit in very well here." The snows from Halloween had melted, but the weather had remained cold. The winds were picking up, the animals were going to ground, and soon it would be time to get the Christmas decorations out of the attic again. Appalachia was a truly beautiful place, and as I settled in for another winter with Grandpa, I secretly hoped that it would last forever. Grandpa was busy with his carvings, trying to get a little surplus up before spring, and working on some Christmas carvings as well. He was in high spirits, humming carols as he shaved off the finer edges of the animals he was whittling, and I couldn't help but smile. Grandpa was about the only person who could get away with humming Christmas carols before Thanksgiving, without getting an earful. I had worked retail for most of my life before coming here, and Christmas carols before December still elicited a nearly overpowering rage in me. As I sat down, I sighed contentedly as I soaked it all in. This was a peaceful feeling that I could get used to. "I really love it here," I said. "This time of year always reminds me that I'd come and stay here around the holidays so Mom and Dad could get the shopping done." "Yeah, this time of year your grandma always loved best. She lived for cooking turkey and making pies, dipping holiday candles, and just spending time with the family." "I remember helping her dip candles," I said, laughing. "Well, I remember making a mess while she tried to show me how to dip candles the right way." Grandpa laughed, almost dropping the bird he'd been working on. "I remember that. God, what a mess. She had to go back and fix them once you were done, but she waited till you went back home since she didn't want to hurt your feelings." I could see a few of Grandma's candles still sitting on the mantelpiece, the sage ones that she had made the summer before she passed. She had been diligent right up to the end, and her death had been so sudden that it had taken everyone by surprise. Grandma had seemed like such a larger-than-life character. The two of them had gone together like hand and glove, and without her, Grandpa had been lost for a while. Having someone else around, though, seemed to have revitalized him, and I was glad that I could be that person. "What was Grandma like when the two of you were young?" I asked, never having thought about it before. Grandpa had told me so much about his own youth, but I hadn't heard him talk about Grandma yet. Somehow I'd always thought of them as childhood sweethearts, playmates who had grown to love each other, but I couldn't think of many cases where either had talked about how they met. "Actually, your Grandma was one of the few things I brought back from Alaska with me." I was speechless for a moment, not expecting that. "Wait, you met Grandma in Alaska?" He shook his head at me. "Well, of course. Where else?" "I don't know. I guess I just assumed that she was someone you knew before the war." "Nope. Your Grandma was one in a million, and I had to go a long way to find her." He looked up at the wall where a picture of the two of them smiled back at him. It had been taken at the stall at the flea market. The two of them looked as happy as I'd ever seen them. It had been about 5 years ago, at the height of spring, and Grandpa's table had been filled with squirrels and birds and all kinds of little animals that seemed to stare back at the camera with equal glee. They had been celebrating their 50th anniversary. The two of them looked ready to celebrate 50 more. I sat there for a minute, patting the armrest expectantly, but Grandpa had gone back to his bird. He was scraping wood away from the plumage again, letting them fall in curls to the tabletop as he worked. He was invested in the project and seemed like he'd forgotten our conversation. When I cleared my throat and brought him around again, he looked a little confused. "I don't usually have to set you up for a story, Gramps. What's the deal?" Grandpa laughed, rolling his eyes as he held the bird up to get a better look. "Jesus, boy, is that all I'm good for, is telling stories?" Even so, he cocked his head as he thought about how to begin, the tool still shaving wood away from what was starting to look like it might be a cardinal. "I suppose it all started over pie, though it ended with something much worse. Your grandma had moved to Alaska with her folks about a year before the war ended. Her old man was some kind of researcher with the government, studying mining operations in Alaska, and she and her mother lived in a little town whose name I can't quite remember, while her father mostly traveled. She was working in a diner on the outskirts when I first saw her. The place looked very American out in what was considered the untamed frontier by many. It looked like a big silver trailer one of those diners you saw popping up along the highway of the Midwest, and the waitresses wore pink and white striped uniforms, and the kitchen smelled like grease. They were doing pretty well, despite their isolated location among the muddy road to Taylor. They got a lot of trade from the gas trucks and the mail trucks and the guys like me who were hauling this and that somewhere else, and when I first pulled up into the Wild Skies Diner, finding love was the last thing on my mind. To tell the truth, it was not pissing my pants or having to shiver by the side of the road as I did my business. I had come charging in and almost knocked her over in my hurry to get to the bathroom, nearly caused her to drop a tray. As my hand reached out to palm the tray she'd been carrying, I locked eyes with her and was suddenly enchanted. "Whoa there, fella," she said, her voice making me homesick for some reason that I would later learn about. "Where's the fire?" I was a little tongue-tied after that, trying to get my bearings so I could do more than flounder like a landed fish, and managed to choke out something about a bathroom as I passed her the food tray. She pointed me back outside, indoor plumbing being a little hit or miss in the sticks, and when I finished my business, I decided I might like to get a bite. Turns out she was my waitress, and as she came to take my order, she set a slice of pie on the table next to my elbow. "To say thanks," she said. "That order would have come out of my paycheck, and it was a biggie. What can I do for you?" One hamburger and fries later, and after a piece of absolutely heavenly apple pie, I made a point to stop by any time I had a delivery to make in Taylor. I made good on that promise, and I probably stopped a few times when I didn't have any reason to be there either. In the time between the bear in my trailer incident and the time the music almost lured me into the woods, I probably ate at the diner a dozen times or more. Your grandmother commented on it, telling me I was becoming quite a staple at the Wild Skies. I think she knew I was there for more than the pie, and she often came to sit and chit-chat with me as I ate. We struck up a friendship and shared a little about our lives before coming here. Turned out she lived in Tennessee before moving here at the age of 15. She had dropped out of school at 16, seeing no reason to continue going when she didn't know anyone, and had been working here ever since. It was kind of nice to have someone else from the same area who'd been uprooted by the government, and we talked a lot about the things we missed back home. For her, it was the peaches. Your grandma loved peaches, and if there'd been a way I could have gotten some here without spending a small fortune, I would have. So after going there for around a year and a half, I came in one afternoon after a pretty sizable delivery to Taylor. I had lugged furniture for the better part of 2 hours out to the back of my truck, and though far from in a state to woo, I was determined to get a good meal and see your grandma. It was dark, the sun doing that thing where it doesn't rise but for a little while, and I was glad to see that the crowd was sparse for a change. The Wild Skies Diner was usually packed, and it made having more than a passing conversation difficult. She smiled as she saw me and came out to take my order, as we did the usual pleasantry chit-chat. Then, so quick I almost missed it, she leaned down and asked me if I would stay until she got off a shift. I told her I didn't mind, but just as I was asking why, she got a call from the kitchen and had to run. I scanned the crowd, wondering if maybe someone was bothering her, and that's when I saw the fella in the long coat. He was tall, probably in the 6-foot range, and his head was covered with a muffler or a balaclava. I wondered if maybe he was one of those Russian holdouts you sometimes heard about, the ones who sometimes lived in the wilderness to avoid being sent home, 'cause he looked pretty burly as he sat there drinking his coffee. The longer I watched him, the more certain I was that he was no Ruski. He had a smell to him, not right on top, but lower than most people can smell. Things that aren't quite people sometimes have that aroma, and the longer I watched him, the less I liked what I saw. I felt pretty sure that this was what had spooked her, and I wasn't looking forward to having to square up with him if it came to it. Your grandma sat down as she brought out my food, putting her back to the guy. She put her head in her hands and just kind of shuddered. It wasn't a tired or a cold shudder. It was the shudder of someone who's been stalked by something not quite of this world. Thanks. I don't think I could have walked out there at the end of my shift if someone wasn't with me. I don't think I've ever seen you spooked like this. What's going on? Do you see that guy in the balaclava? She said, eliciting a nod from me. He's come in for the last 3 days, and always near the end of my shift. Some secret admirer? I asked, trying to keep the jealousy from creeping in. If he is, he's having the opposite effect. He tried to follow me to my car last night. If Andre from the kitchen hadn't come out to give me my apron that I'd forgotten, I don't know what would have happened. We talked a little more as I ate, and when I was done, she took my dishes and kept my coffee refilled as I waited. It wasn't a long wait, maybe an hour, and she kept me company throughout. She was nervous, constantly looking at the guy in the coat, but I'm ashamed to say I was mostly just glad for an excuse to be near her. I had been working up my courage to ask her on a proper date, but I didn't think she'd have any interest in an old roughneck like me. I was almost 6 years her senior, not as uncommon back then as it is now, but it still made me feel a little weird. How would her parents feel about their 17-year-old daughter dating a man almost half into his 20s? When she smiled at me, though, when she touched my hand or my shoulder, or when she laughed at one of my corny jokes, I almost didn't care. She came over to the table with her purse and her coat just as I was finishing my 5th or 6th cup of coffee, and thanked me again for waiting. As we walked to the door, I saw the guy get up and drop some money on the table. It was coins, and they looked weird even from here. I took note of the way his clothes moved and the weird straining they seemed to do, and put a hand on something I kept on my person since the incident with Soap Sally. The leather was softer than when I'd first tooled it, having ridden many miles and over many lands, but the runes were still dark and bold across the front. It had worked on the old hag. Let's see if it'd work on whatever kind of boogin this was. I had parked next to her without meaning to, and as we approached her car, I pressed my keys into her hand. Go get in the cab of my truck. The doors are thicker, and I'd rather there was some metal between you and him. She nodded, not questioning as she went jogging to the large truck parked beside her smaller truck. It was a beat-up old farm-all with chains on the tires, and her old man had clearly favored something sturdy over something pretty. With good reason, too. The Alaskan weather was hell on vehicles, and it was clear that this one had seen a few winters here. With her safely stowed away, I turned to the thing in the coat and made myself as big as possible in my threadbare jeans and my patched winter jacket. The lady isn't interested. Take off and leave her alone. The giant in the balaclava cocked his head, but instead of yelling, it bleated angrily at me, like a goat. Now that it wasn't under a booth, I noticed something else, too. It had hooves. Its dark protrusions were planted in the snow, the shiny ends clapping a little at the ice as it came forward. I said leave, I reiterated, and was surprised to find that my voice didn't shake when I said it. She isn't interested in you. As I said it, I brought the sigil out of my pocket. The creature had been walking forward, thinking it could bowl past me, but the sight of the sigil stopped him in his tracks. He seemed at odds with himself, the same foot coming forward and sliding back several times before he finally decided to make a move. The sigil had halted bigger creatures than this one, and felt certain it would do for him as well. Even so, when he started charging, his hooves eating up the pavement, I was mighty scared. That might sound weird after hearing me talk about standing against the bone collector, but you're never 100% sure the magic will come to you till it does. It's still like that sometimes, but it was with me that day. He came within 3 strides of me and suddenly impacted a solid wall of force. He bounced off, sliding across the concrete as he lost his cover and was revealed. He was a huge and furry thing, a satyr or some kind of goat man, and he bleated angrily at me before taking off. When I heard his hooves retreating off into the wilderness, I finally put the symbol away and went to check on your grandma. She had watched the exchange through the front window of my truck, and it seemed to amaze her that I'd put the whatever it was off with nothing but my words. She asked what I'd been holding up, and I showed her the sigil and told it was something my grandma had taught me to do. I expected her to scoff and tell me I was crazy, but to my surprise, she had some experience with these sorts of things too. She had lived in haunted houses and had strange experiences with things in Tennessee when she was a girl. The idea that something otherworldly might have followed her didn't seem so far-fetched. I did some digging and discovered that something had been abducting young women in the area for years, though this wasn't an uncommon occurrence. Sometimes people went missing, and if the family was lucky, the police found their remains when the snows thawed. Many of them were shanghaied by less than reputable fellas who lived out in the sticks and became unwilling brides for their growing clans. Your grandmother's fate, though, would likely have been much worse. We sat for a while and just talked about things I'd seen and some of the things I'd done, and when she realized that it was almost 10 o'clock at night, she said she really needed to be going before her mother would worry. I asked her if I could take her out sometime, surprising myself more than her. She smiled and said she'd wondered when I was going to ask, and we made plans to have dinner with her mother on my next day off. That was how your grandmother and I began dating, and it would begin a very strange balancing act within my life. It wasn't easy working and dating and learning magic from the man in the woods, but I suppose that's what your 20s are for, aren't they? If you're gonna burn your candle at both ends, might as well do it while you're still young enough to bounce back. I smiled to myself as I listened to another of Grandpa's wild tales, the scuff of the tool on the wood making an appropriate background to the tale. At this point, I couldn't even remember a time when I was skeptical of his stories. Grandpa could have told me that he'd saved Grandma from a dragon, and I would have likely believed it. I'd seen so many wondrous things in my time here with my grandpa, and things I would have questioned even a year ago seemed as normal as grocery shopping now. How'd you convince Grandma to move the length and breadth of the country just for you? Grandpa chuckled. That wasn't even the hardest part. The hardest part was convincing your new girlfriend there not to challenge your grandmother for my affection. We were married by then, though, so wasn't a lot that Glimmer could do about it, even from the stance of her people. But I think that's a story for another day. Let me finish my bird, son. There's whippoorwills that ain't gonna carve themselves, unfortunately. I left him to it, going to see if I could find Glimmer before it got too late. We've been spending a lot of time together, and I wondered if my own grandparents' move would be as long as the move the two of us would have to make for me to meet Glimmer's parents. Despite living in the woods that I love so much, sometimes it seems like her family lives on a different planet. As I grabbed my coat beside the door, I guessed I'd cross that bridge when it came time. When I was 17, I met a man at a diner. I saw him every day. He always sat in my section, and he always ordered the same thing. 3 eggs over easy, grits, toast, and coffee. Leave the pot. I guess I kind of developed a crush on him. He was handsome, but was far too old for me. He looked like he could be in his late 20s, his early 30s, or even his middle 40s all at once. He looked weathered, like he'd seen it all, but when he smiled and thanked me, I could tell that there was still some childhood left in him. We were sitting around a fire near the back of the park, something we did sometimes when we weren't working, and telling stories. There were about 7 of us: myself, Emma, Gala, Randy, Michael, Tobias, and Razzie. Tobias had been the last one to join us, and we were passing a skin of wine around as we threw deadfall wood onto the fire. He'd watched us from the door of the greenhouse, contemplating whether he wanted to come and sit with us or not, and had finally taken a seat next to Randy as he watched the night sky twinkle. As Brandylow, we didn't need to sleep, but we liked to rest sometimes and listen to the world pass. That probably sounds weird, but when you have the kind of time that we have, it's just something that you do. One day there was a robbery. This was in the middle of the Great Depression, and people were getting desperate to find their families. He wore a mask, but I knew the kid with the gun when he told me to empty the register. He was a local. Hell, we went to school together, and I knew that he and his girl were planning to go to California so he could find work. The town had dried up. We all knew it, but the diner had made decent enough scratch off the passersby. He took the $9.30 we had for the day, and then he started demanding people's wallets. They gave him the wallets, not wanting trouble, until he came to the man that I'd seen. The guy told him that he couldn't have it, and when he threatened to shoot him, he told him he was welcome to try. Emma wasn't telling just any story. She was telling her story, the story of how she'd become a Brandylow, and it made me wish that I had a better origin story. So many of them had lived through great times and seen great things, and I was just given the title by association. I knew I had earned it through service to the lady, but it didn't seem like that. It didn't seem like I had earned it the way that others had. They had achieved it by being found worthy by other Brandylow, worthy enough to be turned in exchange for their creators' lives. He tried to shoot the guy, but the gun went off and the man wasn't even hurt. He reached out and took it from the boy, telling him to leave it before he hurt someone. "Leave those wallets too," he told him. "You didn't earn any of that, and times are too tough for you to be greedy." The kid dropped everything and walked out, gunless and penniless. He and his gal still left, I think, but they did it without stealing. She got a faraway look, and the smile she wore was genuine as she remembered the man who had ushered her into this life. I began to talk to him after that, sitting with him as he ate his meals and asking him how he had done that. He said it had been nothing. The kid hadn't been trying to hit him anyway. I didn't think that was true, but I didn't argue with him. A few months later, he offered to buy me dinner. I thought he was being flirty, but after a few drinks, he told me what he was and asked if I wanted to be it too. She took a big swig of wine as it came to her, her eyes a little misty when she passed it. After the first drink, he did something with the second and made it glow. I laughed. I thought it was just a little trick, but he covered it with his hand before I could take it. "Once you drink this, there's no going back. You have to finish what you started, for better or worse." I told him I could handle whatever he thought he had, and drank it down fast. It burned a little, but I was tipsy by then. So tipsy that I barely recognized how his features were changing. By the third drink, I was starting to notice his goatee appearance, and when I reached for the last drink, I remember thinking that he might start to baa, like a sheep. He sighed when I finished that one, saying it would be good to rest, and he hoped that I had a long life. After that, I was left with an empty chair and a new life, knowing that one day it would be my turn to return the favor. She passed the skin to Razzie, a brandy-low who looked like she had been turned in her early teens, and she tilted it back as she savored the bouquet. Her size seemed to hinder her very little, and I'd seen her do things that I would have otherwise thought impossible, like lifting trees out of displays after a windstorm not too long ago had put them out of place and setting them to rights again. I knew from those around her that she also wasn't some ancient creature, and this was just a reflection of her own inner strength. I wish I'd gotten to know the man who gave me his life better. I was walking home after school, cutting through the woods like I usually did, when I heard strange noises off the path. Mom had always told me to be careful in the woods, but I guess I didn't think bears or mountain lions would make a racket like that. I got low and went creeping into the trees, and there he was, just lying on the ground. Something had cut him up pretty badly, and he was holding his guts in when I came up. There was ice on him, something I hadn't expected to see in August, and as it melted on his shirt, he looked at me with surprise. "It's not safe here," he gasped, gritting his teeth as he tried to act tough. "You should go back before they smell you." "I'm not going to leave you here to die alone," I said, not sure why I'd said it, only feeling that it's what I should say. He smiled at me, offering me a hand of his own blood, like some kind of offered cup. I don't know why I drank it, but it just looked so inviting. It shimmered with an eldritch light, the surface rippling and dancing like nothing I'd ever seen. I knelt beside him, drinking slowly from that thick and pungent soup, and after the third sip, he was gone, and I was changed. I never went home. I never saw my family again. After that last drink of his offered cup, I belonged to the lady. She took another sip and looked around, finally holding it out for Toby. Toby started to decline, but Razzie shook it at him. "Come on, Tobes, you never talk about yourself. You've been with the lady for longer than anyone else. What's your story?" Toby did a half shake, but finally reached out and took the skin, taking a long drink as he savored the wine. His little glasses glinted in the firelight, and I thought that it might be the only time I had ever heard him talk for more than a few minutes. Toby spent most of his time in the greenhouse, tending the plants, and he really only spoke to the lady, not sharing more than a passing word with the other gardeners who worked with him. He was an enigma, but after that night, I felt I truly knew him better. Most brandy-low only have a set amount of time. You all know this. We all know this. But I am unique in that respect. They all leaned in, most of them having hoped he would tell his story. I was an alchemist, one of the first scientists in Northern Europe in the 16th century. The church had chased me out of my village, claiming I was a witch or of the devil, but I was living comfortably in the forest with the equipment I had purchased from merchants and some supplies I had collected. It was not a fabulous life, but it was good enough for a man on the run. He took another sip, smacking his lips as he stared at the fire. One night, a woman came to visit me. She was sick and had been wandering half naked in the woods. She said she was being pursued by someone, an enemy from her past, and I felt pity for her. Who better to understand being pursued than an outlaw? I told her that she could rest in my cave, and I would try to figure out what was ailing her. She agreed, and I set to work, looking for a cure to her mystery ailment. Whatever her adversary had hit her with, it was a nasty bit of poison, and it was slowly killing her. I'd never seen anything like it before, but it turned out to be similar to herbicide. I managed to neutralize it. No easy feat when all you have to work with are plants and fungi, but I managed it. The smile he wore was similar to Emma's, the memory of his victory over this unknown poison, clearly a good one. It was while trying to cure this poison that I first encountered her adversary. I was looking for moss, a special kind that grew in the deeps, when I heard hoofbeats. It wasn't rare to hear horses in the woods, but it was uncommon to hear them this deep in the woods. Horses would have trouble getting through the trees, and I got low as I waited for them to pass. Eventually they did, but no sooner was I hunting again than I heard the hoofbeats. They seemed to follow me as I went deeper and deeper into the forest, and I finally stopped and decided to confront the rider. It no longer sounded like many animals, maybe as few as one, and I liked my chances of getting away in this part of the forest. I knew the woods better than anyone, and I believed I was capable of escaping, if it came to it. He shuddered like an icy wind had touched him, and I thought I knew who might be after our pale lady. My confidence broke when he came out of the trees. His armor was the green of a spruce tree, his helmet topped with a rack of magnificent antlers. His horse was bony, emaciated, and looked dead beneath him, despite its powerful strides. He had an axe attached to his saddle, and though it was the end of summer, I felt a chill run through me as his hollow-looking helmet settled on me. It looked empty, but I saw 2 coals sparking beneath that visor, and knew it was anything but. "I seek a woman," he said, his voice like a winter wind. "Have you seen a pale woman running through these woods? She may be sick, and I hope to find her before it's too late." I didn't believe a word of it. It sounded as if he hoped to kill her before the poison could, and I found myself shaking my head slowly. I don't think he believed me either, and knowing what I do now, I have no idea why he left me alive. Maybe he simply wasn't at the strength he needed to lift that axe yet, but I doubt it. Most likely, he just didn't consider me a threat and decided it would be better to let me go. Given his parting words, perhaps he thought human greed might win out in the end, because before he turned away, he looked back and offered one final chance for me to join him in his hunt. "If you should find her, seek me out. I will pay you handsomely for her whereabouts." Then he rode off into the woods, and as I watched him go, I saw ice settle on the ground where the hooves of his horse had been. We all sat in silence for a minute, listening to the fire crackle and sharing the wine around to curb the sudden emergence of a chill that had gone through all of us. When I came back with the moss, using it to neutralize the poison, she smiled at me and said she was in my debt. After a few days, after she had regained her strength, I told her about the Green Knight, and she asked if I had told him where she could be found. I told her if I had, she would likely be dead, and I doubted his intentions were good. She thanked me and asked me if I wanted a place by her side as a reward. At first I thought she was implying marriage, but she clarified that she would be happy to take me into her court. I could use someone as skilled with plants as you, and I would feel safer with you at my side. I thought then that she might be some royal involved in a court dispute, but as I turned to decline, she seemed to beg me to reconsider before I'd said a word. She is hard to say no to, as many of you know. So I agreed, and she told me to kneel. I stood up as Brandylow, a maid Brandylow, and my time ends when fate declares it so, not when another must rise. He looked at Randy and I when he said it, and I got the feeling that he wasn't just talking to talk. Were we somehow special too? I got up to follow him as the flask went around again, and he began to head back to the greenhouse. I asked him if Maid Brandylow were different than the rest, and he nodded. He pointed back to the fire, indicating the others as they laughed and joked, and his look was a little sad. When it's time to pass their powers on, they have no choice in the matter. A day, a year, 1,000 summers. None of them know how long they have. You and I, however, do not have that burden. We are Brandylow until we decide to stop. We can be killed. We can fall to the forces of winter. But we can make others freely, without worrying about being unmade. This is done strictly at the lady's discretion, of course, but we are special in that way. He looked back at the fire as Razzie made them laugh and shook his head. I wonder how many of them will still be there when the snows leave. How many new faces will sit where they sat? How many will simply be gone forever? Who can say? He left after that, and I was left to stand and wonder. Mel was having a cup of coffee at his favorite little spot one day, when something would take place that he would never forget. He was sitting at the bar area, people watching, as he often did, when an older man and his granddaughter walked in. The two were a study in contrast, she a young waif so full of life and potential, he a stunted creature whose life was almost used up. His cane was barely audible over the general clamor, but Mel still heard the harsh chock, chock, chock as he walked across the tiled floor. The sight of him made Mel chuckle, though every step seemed to threaten to spill him to the floor. He held the girl's hand in his wrinkled one, and she beamed up at him with genuine love. They were standing in line for a booth, the coffee shop very busy, and as the girl gabbled happily to herself, the old man leaning on his stick, taking it all in as if just happy to be able to still take in anything. Mel felt that his interest was becoming voyeuristic, but he just couldn't look away from the pair. They were so different from the usual people that flitted into the shop, and it appeared that he wasn't alone. Two women and one of them had noticed the pair as well. Mel spent some time observing them as well, hoping to see the same interest or happiness that he had felt. But what he saw was very different. The girl appeared to be filled with a mixture of trepidation, fear, and resolve that Mel had never seen before. Mel had felt like a voyeur, but the young girl was like a hawk who's seen a rabbit. She didn't look away, seemed unself-conscious of her attention, and had eyes only for the little girl and her grandfather. The other said something to her, grabbed her arm fretfully, but she pulled away as she said something quick and harsh to her. As they waited, the little girl suddenly noticed the pair and told the girl how pretty she looked. The girl's attention was broken suddenly as she looked down at the little girl in surprise. She bent down on a knee, and Mel could see her point to the little girl's shirt and say something that made her giggle. Then she pointed to the old man, her lips asking if this was her grandpa, and the girl giggled as she answered that this was her papa as she clung to the man's hand. He turned to give the girls a slight nod and a smile before turning back to the barista who had arrived to seat them. The two girls watched them go before seeming to decide to come to the bar, where Mel was sitting instead of waiting for a booth as well. As they took their seats beside him, the one who had been watching so intently was still staring at the pair, as the old man smiled happily at the young girl and the doll that she was dancing across the table. The girl's face kept that same look of resolve. She clearly had something to do, something she was loath to do, but had to do, nonetheless. It was clear that it had something to do with the old man and his daughter. "They're quite the pair, aren't they?" Mel asked, making her jump as she blushed shyly, having been caught looking. "You have no idea," she said, her accent strange and exotic. Mel thought she might be from the Middle East, or maybe Northern Europe. The barista came around about that time and took her order. Mel couldn't help but notice the resemblance. The two girls were quite dark, their hair long and black as it spilled down their backs, and as the one with the intense stare leaned in to whisper to the waitress, Mel saw the new girl look over at the pair sitting at the table. She nodded and brought the two girls coffee as she went to bustle in the kitchen. "Do you know them?" Mel asked, becoming very curious as the exchange went on. "Unfortunately, I do," the girl told him, sipping her coffee. The longer he looked at the girl, the more Mel suspected that she was foreign. This was Sweden, of course. There were foreigners everywhere these days. But she also looked foreign in that way that people look out of time. The girl, as he thought of her, was likely in her mid-20s, but her eyes led him to believe that she had lived more in those 20 years than Mel had in his 37. She had lived through terrible times, seen atrocities, and had come out on the other side. He noticed movement from the table where the little girl sat with her father, and she squealed a little as a mountain of whipped cream and sprinkles was delivered atop some chocolate confection. To the father went a far more sensible coffee and a scone, and Mel thought the old man might have made out better. The shop's scones were to die for, and were less likely to put you into diabetic shock. "You probably just made that little girl's day," Mel said offhandedly, guessing the woman had sent the order there. She sighed. "I hope so. I would like to give her some joy on what may be the worst day of her life." Mel looked at her questioningly, but the woman had eyes only for the old man as he sipped before adding sugar to his coffee. "I met him in 2007, when I was 12 years old, and I've spent the last 17 years tracking him down. He has been my sole obsession, my reason for living, and every time I thought I might simply lie down and die, his face pushes me on." She stiffened a little as he looked down at the scone, but his granddaughter did something to steal his attention, and he looked away. "Must be a hell of a story," Mel commented. "Would you like to hear it?" she asked, still not looking away from the old man. "It appears we have some time." Mel wanted to decline, but instead he nodded as he invited her to continue. "It all started when the Russian army invaded our lands. When she started talking, there was no way that he could make her stop. Once she got started, there was no way he would want her to. When I was little, we lived on a farm far from here. Our town was small, little more than a farming community, but we were happy. My family kept goats, sheep, chickens, cows, and horses. We made a living selling milk and eggs, wool and cheese, and our family was large. I had 9 siblings, 5 boys and 4 girls, and we helped my mother and father with the daily chores and the running of the farm. So when the Russian army pushed a little further, we became afraid. We could see the smoke, we could hear the gunfire sometimes, and the army was nowhere to be seen. The townspeople raised a militia, but it was no match for the might of the Red Army. They shot our young soldiers, our hunters, our ranchers, and marched into the town over the backs of the broken. We could see them from our farm. Father had not joined them, and we knew that the bad times would soon be upon us." She paused, watching as the man took the scone in his hand before setting it down again. She sighed, saying something in a language I didn't know, before continuing. We were all brought into the town the next day, some of us by force, and taken to the meeting hall in town so we could meet our new overseer. The mayor had stood with the men of the militia and had been killed, so the man who stood on the stage was as different from the mayor as night to day. The mayor was a big bear of a man, and he was kind to his friends and neighbors. This man, slight and wearing a military uniform, looked more like Father Christmas. He was an older man, his face a smiling mask that he showed us with great excitement. His eyes, however, reflected none of the smile on his face. He told us his name was Major Krishker, and that he would treat us as well as we treated him. That turned out to be a lie. For the first few weeks, all proceeded as normal. The soldiers and the overseers toured the town, took in the farms, saw the markets, met the people. The man was courteous, but his sharp eyes missed nothing. The people thought that maybe the occupation would not be so bad. Perhaps he would be a kind overseer, and when he moved on, the town would still be as it had been. They could not have known how short a time that peace would be. It began with simple theft. The soldiers came to our farms and demanded that we give them a portion of our crops. Not much, they said, only an amount that came to around 25% of our total crop. Now, the mayor had always requested a third, so Father was excited that we wanted less. The mayor had already taken his share, however, and Father told the soldiers this. Taking more would cut into the food we had for winter, but the soldiers said he didn't care. "You will give us what we ask for, or it will be taken," they said, and thus we gave it to them. My brothers, none of whom had gone to fight, became angry at this, but Father told them it would be okay. It is not winter yet, and we will grow a little more before it comes. Next came the conscriptions. They told every male over the age of 16 in the village that they would be conscripted into the Red Army. They would be trained, they would be paid, and they would be able to send money back to their families. 3 of my brothers were of this age, and they were taken for training, despite their protests. My father continued to say that this was okay. They would send money back, and our lives might be better. Father had forbidden any of his children to join the militia, but it seemed the war would take them nonetheless. My older brothers left on a truck that day, and we never received money or letters, or saw them ever again. Mel began to worry about the direction of this story. He was expecting a heartwarming tale about someone helping a town in a time of strife. He had hoped that maybe the girl was repaying a kindness to the old man, but the longer the story went on, the less and less he thought it was so. Taking another look at the little girl, who was dancing her doll around the sugary confection, Mel thought she looked different from the old man who sat across from her. Her hair was darker, her features less harsh, but she was young, and he was very old. With so many of the men gone, next came the brutality. The soldiers didn't need to tax anymore. They came and took what they wanted. Our cows, our chickens, our sheep, our goats, our crops. Even a few of my sisters were taken in by the soldiers and came back with bruises and tear-streaked faces. I was young, but I saw the look they gave me as well. My father kept me home, not wanting me to go to the village, but when the food prices rose and our trade began to dwindle, Father found it hard to feed his remaining children. It was only myself, my younger sister Hetz, and my other sister, Gretel, and my older sister, Farah, and, of course, my older brother, Philip. Mother and Father tried their best, but when the overseer came to our farm one day, Father knew he couldn't hide me any longer. He came to the house, introducing himself as if we didn't already know who he was, and sat at my parents' table to discuss the reason for his visit. He insisted I be there, a girl barely 13, and I remember hating the way he looked at me. He said he had seen me in the market and wanted me to come and stay with him at his villa, saying he would give me a better life and offer me opportunities I wouldn't receive here. Father knew why he wanted me. We all did, but my surprise was real when he agreed. He took the man's hand and promised to send me to him the very next day. "Let us get her ready, and we will bring her to your villa tomorrow," he said to the overseer. And the man was happy. He left, and Father got to work. He knew what it would mean if he defied this man, and he had seen the stockades in the square, but he didn't care. They had taken his oldest sons, his livelihood, and he'd be damned if he would let them take his daughter, too. Father loaded me into a grain wagon, and my siblings took me out of town. As we left, I peeked from the back and realized I could be seeing my home for the last time. I found it hard to be quiet as we went, and my crying must have attracted attention. Some of the soldiers stopped us and threatened to search the wagon. Farah was the oldest. Father had tasked her with keeping us safe, and when she offered to go off with the soldiers if they would let us pass, we knew we would never see her again. My brother Philip took the reins, and we left Farah behind. I never saw my parents again. I never saw my brothers again. We kept moving until we came to a town where we had cousins. They helped us and gave us shelter, but I never forgot that man or what he did to our village. We learned later that he took all he could from the land and left it to ruin. He hung my father and my mother and took Farah as his wife. He left us orphans, destitute, and I've never stopped thinking about that man. When I heard that he had fled here to escape justice after being declared a war criminal, I knew our time for revenge had come. Mel had been so focused on the story that he didn't look back at the man until he started gagging. His hands were on his throat, his face puffing as he hacked, and the little girl was now asking if he was okay. There was real fear in her voice, and people were trying to help him. But in the fuss, only Mel saw the other girl, the one who had come in with the storyteller, take the girl by the hand and lead her away. The little girl looked back only a single time, calling for her papa before the two left. Mel heard the storyteller get up, but before she left, she turned to give him one final detail. "The little girl is my niece, Farah's child by this man who is old enough to be her grandfather. Farah died before he went into hiding, but when we heard that he had fled with a little girl, we knew what we had to do. I remembered one other thing when I was planning this. When he came to the house to ask my father to send me, he told my mother 3 things as she offered him tea and cakes. The first was that he took his coffee black. The second, that he could not abide dairy. And the third was that he had a strong allergy to nuts." She smiled. Dipping into a bow was the barista who had served the two. Told her it was time to go. "When you tell the people how I killed one of Russia's monsters, tell them I killed him not with a gun, not with a sword, but with a scone that hid a hand full of walnuts." Washington State is a spot known for its snowy vistas and picturesque scenery this time of year, and my husky Max and I love it. The snow was part of the reason I moved here after doing my 8 years in the military, not wanting to see sand or feel heat for the rest of my natural life. I thought strongly about Alaska, but I wasn't in love with the price of supplies or the cost of living. So I moved here last February and got to enjoy a couple of months of snow before spring came in like a lion. The spring and summer were pretty mild that year, but I was eager to see the snow make a return appearance. By August, I was making preparations, winterizing my house, making sure I had ample firewood, and laying by supplies in case Max and I got snowed in. You know, the whole 9 yards. So when I woke up one morning to snow pattering down on the front yard, I was excited. Max and I like to take walks, usually in the evening after my shift at the pop-up storage where I work security, and today, Max was extra excited about the prospect of playing in the snow. He was waiting for me by the door when I got home, leash in his mouth and brushy tail wagging as he looked at me expectantly. The look made it very clear that he'd waited patiently all day to go for his walk, and he was ready to go blundering through the snow like the oversized puppy that he was. He had to wait for me to get out of my uniform and put on some walking clothes, but he bore it well. Soon we were traipsing through the winter wonderland, and Max was loving every minute of it. We stayed on leash until we got to a spot near the woods where I'd taken him before. It was a big open field that no one owned, at least to my knowledge, and when I let him off the leash, he was all smiles as he barreled into the snow. I'd brought a tennis ball with me, but after a few throws, he seemed more interested in something in the woods. I, too, had seen slight movement from the wood line, and as I watched him sniff around, something told me to clip his lead back on. Max was a good boy, but he was still prone to chasing. It wasn't too big a problem out here, but if he went blundering aimlessly through the snow, he could get hurt. I had taken the end of the leash, calling his name as I prepared to hook him up, when suddenly a perfectly white rabbit came bursting from the snowdrift. It was gorgeous. Its fur, the almost white of no color. There were some flecks on it, but I began to suspect that they might be dirt that had stuck to it. I was enchanted by the creature for half a second, but that was half a second too long for Max. He barked and ran at it, the rabbit taking off into the woods as Max ran off behind it. I took off too, cursing all the way as my feet crunched in the snow. I should have been faster to leash him. I should have known that he would chase when I saw the rabbit. But my hesitation at the sight of it had cost me. Max's footprints were pretty easy to find. A blind man could have trailed my dog pretty easily, and as I went deeper into the woods, I could hear him barking as he kept chasing that damn rabbit. I kept calling his name, hoping that he would come back, but the deeper I went, the more I thought I'd lost him. It took me some time. My adrenaline was running high, and I was worried about my dog, but as the sun started getting low and the woods started getting less visible, I began to feel something on the back of my neck. Not the snow. I had been feeling that for a while, but it was a feeling that something was watching me. As the sun sank lower and lower in the sky, I could see something big moving in the trees, just behind or to the side of me. I thought wolves at first, but I hadn't seen any report of wolves in the area. I knew there were bears, but they didn't usually bother people, and they were hibernating once the snow fell, weren't they? Whatever this was, it was bigger than any bear I'd ever heard of. I wondered if it might be a moose. They came down from Canada sometimes, but I couldn't think why a moose would be stalking me through the woods. Whatever it was solid white and making no effort to hide itself. It was like a moving snowbank, and whenever it saw me looking at it, the creature seemed to blend in with the white surroundings, making me second guess whether I'd actually seen it or not. I knew I had. I knew what I'd seen, but looking back to see nothing but all that white made me feel like I couldn't trust myself. I felt hunted, and that brought my survival instinct to the surface. A lot of my friends had come back from the war with PTSD or nervous conditions, but I'd been lucky in that respect. Instead, I'd developed a kind of sixth sense when it came to danger, and it put me in a state of heightened awareness. It had served me well in my time overseas, and now I felt myself slip into it, as whatever had my scent was stalking me. I kept calling Max, whistling and shaking his leash, but I was also being careful to listen for the sound of pursuit. A broken branch, a crunch of snow, the fall of powder as something brushed a tree. I was listening for them all, and the deeper I went, the more I heard it. Whatever was following me was not being particularly stealthy, and I got the feeling that it wasn't used to being challenged out here. I put a hand to my waist where I had a small hunting knife strapped to my belt, and I was very happy I'd remembered it. It wouldn't do much against something that big, but it would give me some semblance of a fighting chance. I stopped often, listening for Max even as I listened for my mysterious pursuer. Every 10th step I would stop and listen, call my dog, and proceed again. The crunching of snow remained a constant, but it seemed that whatever it was had decided to keep its distance. I didn't know why. It could easily have taken me at a run and buried me under its weight, but it was being cautious, and that gave me some hope. If it was unsure about me, then maybe I could scare it away with one of the usual tricks. I was trying to remember what the best way was to scare a bear away, and landed on making yourself big before I remembered that that was black bears. Black bears were native to the area, but couldn't see one of them following me this far. If it was a grizzly bear, then I was probably already in real danger. The method of avoiding brown bears was to play dead, but if it was hungry enough, I doubted even that would work. If it was a curious moose, then God only knew what I was going to do. I didn't want to think about something like a mountain lion or a cougar. I knew they had big cats here too, but I wasn't sure what kind or whether they would come out in the snow or not. The western United States had a versatile grab bag of predators to choose from, and I was now ankle deep in the snow, being pursued by one of them. I stopped and called again, whistling loudly as I listened for Max, and when I heard a faint, familiar bark, I felt a flutter of happiness. He was alive, something I hadn't been entirely sure of, but before I could take a step, I heard a very distinct noise of the ice breaking behind me. It was followed by a second something to my left, and I felt my heart flutter mutinously. I wasn't alone. I broke into a run then, hearing them pursue me and not caring. I wanted to find Max. I wanted to get him on a lead and get out of here as quickly as possible. As scared as I was, and I was scared, I still didn't want anything to happen to my buddy. Max was just a big dumb dog. He didn't know that chasing rabbits could get him on the wrong side of something out here. I should have foreseen this when I was getting obedience training for him. If I was lucky, this would be a live and learn situation. If I wasn't, then I guess Max's next owner would have to do better. If he made it out, that was. As I ran, I could hear them getting closer. Sounded like there were more than two now, and the more I ran, the more of them there seemed to be. Sounded like a whole herd of whatevers by the time I caught sight of Max, and I put on a burst of speed, my lungs burning as something loomed up before me. I got a good look at my pursuer, and if it hadn't been so damn cold, I would have screamed. Standing between me and my dog, looking huge on its back legs, was a polar bear. It was bigger than any polar bear I had ever seen, a Kodiak-sized polar bear, and as it opened its mouth to roar, nothing came out. It lifted its paws to swipe me down, looking to bury me under its bulk, and I was helpless to stop. I could no more have come to a halt than I could have taken a sharp right turn, and I threw my hands up in some feeble attempt to defend myself. As I collided with the massive bear, however, I was surprised to feel not warm, wet fur, but cold, hard-packed snow. Hard-packed or not, my velocity took me straight through it, and the snow bear fell to pieces as I landed on the other side. I looked back, watching it break apart in total awe, and that's when I saw them. A pack had been right. There were 20 of the solid white snow bears behind me, and they had frozen like a perfect array of snow sculptures amidst the trees. Each was an intricately carved piece capable of winning a prize contest in any winter show, and each had chunky white teeth that looked anything but inviting. As I stood crouched in the snow, I wondered why they hadn't charged. Why were they just standing there? Did it only work if I wasn't looking at them? I didn't know, and I didn't care. Right then I could see Max barking and jumping around happily, and I wanted to get him back on his leash as fast as possible. Max was busy chasing the rabbit from earlier, but as he caught him and shook him viciously, I saw him fall into snowy pieces all around the dog. I ran up, wanting to get a leash on him before he could move off and maybe save the bunny if it was possible. As I came up to him, however, I saw that any body that might have existed was gone, and a new rabbit was slowly forming from the snowy ground. Max had bent to snap at this one too, but seemed to sense the approach of the snow creatures. Even as I attempted to coax him onto his leash, he growled, showing his teeth as his hackles came up, but I really didn't have time for him to test the stability of these snow animals. I'd barreled through one of them, but who knew if that was the norm? He acted confused as we ran into the woods, clearly not understanding why we were leaving, but as we ran, he seemed to think this was just another game. We ran flat out, trees whipping past us, and I could hear the animals coming up behind us. They weren't even trying to be subtle now. They were crunching through the snow like a pack of hungry animals, and when we broke through the trees and onto the road, I turned for home and kept hoofing it until our front door was in sight. I didn't let myself stop moving until the door was behind me and the locks were thrown. I don't go out as often as I used to, and after some research, I found a dog park in the neighborhood that I could take Max to. It's nowhere near the woods, and that seems to suit the both of us just fine. We had both had enough of the woods and decided that the snowy park was just fine. I did a little research and discovered that the woods I had run through often saw bodies turn up in the spring beneath the snowdrift. No one is quite sure why it is, but I feel like I may have some idea. It isn't just people either. I read the report, and they find a lot of dogs out there as well. Some of them have collars, some of them are strays, but there's a lot of missing people that are found with leashes in hand. I couldn't tell you what we found in the woods, but I'm glad to have survived it. It was one of the most frightening experiences of my life, and 8 years of that life was spent in an active war zone. No fear of death compares to being pursued through the woods by something that's hunting you for no better reason than sport. And there's nothing quite like being the prey as the winter wind deadens your lungs and the chill conquers your senses. Keep your eyes peeled if you walk the woods once the snows fall. Otherwise, they might find you too once the snows melt in the spring. Some of you might remember me. I'm the traveling photographer who chases photos in strange locales. My story about the ghost grass hermit got the attention of a magazine that was interested in strange locales. It's not as much traveling as I'm used to, but I'd be lying if I said it wasn't nice to sleep in a bed more than on the ground. I've spent the night in haunted hotels in Louisiana, shrieking forests in the Midwest, and looking for strange creatures in the various backwoods of the American South. So when I got the message about checking out a forest in Maine, I was a little hesitant. This time of year, the weather is likely to be frigid, and blundering into haunted woods in the middle of winter is no one's idea of a good time. The check the magazine was talking about writing me, however, was definitely a game changer. So I packed my stuff and headed out. I had time to read up on it while I flew from Tampa, skunk ape sighting had turned out to be a homeless guy, to Maine, the home of the king of horror, and some pretty picturesque scenery. The locals claim that the woods were home to some malevolent spirit, it seemed. A spirit who made toys. Local legend said that the people have been finding wooden toys in the woods for years, the first being reported in 1860. After 1850 or so, there was supposed to be an old man who lived in the woods out there. An old man who sometimes came into town to sell homemade goods. He had the usual fare, bowls and animals and things, but his puppets were supposed to draw buyers from far and wide. He made enough from his hand-carved goods to live comfortably away from society, and most people just believed he was a harmless old man. One winter, however, a group of kids went missing. The town turned out to try to find them, but as the snow came down and the hour grew late, hope seemed to dwindle that they'd ever be found. They asked the old man if he'd seen the missing kids, and he shook his head and told them he would keep an eye out for them. As the snow piled up and the winter wind whipped, the people in town began to wonder if he had maybe seen the kids and just wasn't saying. Someone said a few of the boys had been seen talking to him not long ago, admiring his puppets and hanging around his stand. They began to get a little stir-crazy, thinking about the boys and picturing all kinds of unnatural things he could be doing out there. So in the dead of winter, they had gone out and broken down the old man's door, handing out a savage beating and searching every nook and cranny for the missing kids. Except they never found any kids, and the beating they handed down had been a little too zealous. The old man was dead, and when the snows melted, the town found the kids in a snowdrift under a makeshift lean-to that they had used to get out of the snow. The townspeople sure were sorry about what they had done, but when they went to dig the old man up so they could bury him in the churchyard, his body was gone. They said they had glimpsed smoke coming up the chimney as well when they approached, and candles that suddenly went out when they knocked on the door. After that, the puppets had started appearing in the woods. Some people admitted to having hung them in memory of the old man and the terrible thing they had done to him, but some of them couldn't be accounted for by the mourners. People went missing every now and again too, and some of the puppets began to look like the missing people. The forest had since been integrated into the state park, and the Toymakers' cabin was one of the park's landmarks. It had been well maintained, as had the surrounding woods, and lots of people came to see the Toymakers' woods. When my plane landed in Portland around 3.5 hours later, I was raring to have a look at the place. It was another 3 hours in a rental car from there, heading up into the heart of Maine as I followed the signs to a little town on the edge of the Maslow State Park called Bucklouter. They were pegged as one of those rustic tourist towns, kind of like Williamsburg but with less PR. They had done okay, I suppose, and it was likely thanks in part to the people who came to write stories about them. I rolled in right around nightfall and found people in long skirts and buckle hats closing up shop for the night. The tourists had either gone somewhere else or had turned in for the night, and now the blacksmiths and the hunters and tanners could go home and watch TV and eat dinner and get some sleep so they could do it again tomorrow. The Hog's Mouth Inn was my destination, and I was glad to see it as I drove into the parking lot behind the building. The snow flurries had been coming down for the last 2 hours, and I was very glad I had thought to pack winter clothes when I left Florida, which had been a balmy 72 degrees when I got on the plane. The temperature gauge on my car said it was about 32 now, and the tourists were going to be in for a real winter scene tomorrow, I had no doubt. After checking in, I decided to come downstairs and have a look at their after-hours show. The bar area was a series of long tables where guests and actors ate by candlelight and paid a pretty penny for the ambience. The place had a pretty steep price tag for somewhere I was expected to sleep on a mattress I'd expect to see at a Howard Johnson and eat vegetable stew with a bunch of guys in rough-spun clothes. But the magazine was footing the bill for expenses, and I decided there would likely be no better place for getting local legends than right here in town. So I sat at the bar, ate some lukewarm stew, drank a watered-down beer, and asked the woman in the apron if she knew anything about the legend of the Toymakers woods. Her eyes went wide, but it was clearly not the first time that she had been asked. "I wouldn't go out there if I was you. It's a haunted place, and it has a dark aura about it." "So I've heard," I said, setting down the glass and asking for another. "So does the old Toymaker still leave the puppets in the trees?" She didn't seem to like the question, but it was probably the accompanying smirk that set her off. That smirk tried to tell her that we both knew better. I was still pretty sure this was something the locals were doing to promote tourism at this point. An idea I wouldn't be divested of for a while yet. "He does, as I think you know. You think yourself witty by making fun of our local legends, but there are still some things in this world that can't be explained away so easily. You'd think that someone like yourself, someone who'd seen the unexplainable and lived to tell, would be a little more open-minded." I was speechless. Had she read my article? "How do you know It's plain to those who've lived in the shadow of strange and terrible things all their lives. Let's hope you'll come out of the woods as easily as you came out of whatever it was you ran afoul of before." I finished my second drink in silence, the barmaid moving to the other end of the polished wooden edifice and shooting dark looks at me until I left my money and took my leave. I woke up the next morning to find a winter wonderland outside and had to make a trip to the local outfitters before setting out. One pair of hiking boots, some snow pants, and several other warm bits of cover later, and I was off. The outfitter had also sold me a map of the area, which showed the start of the trailhead not too far from the edge of town. It took a little longer than I would have liked to find it in the snow, but I eventually oriented myself and found the Toymakers trailhead. The snow had turned the woods into a German fairy tale, and as I made my way down the snowy path, I couldn't help but feel a little like some peasant kid trying to find his way home. With all that colorless terrain surrounding me, it almost felt like I was back in the ghost grass again. The sign at the start of the path told me that it was about 3 miles to the Toymakers' cabin. Not a very strenuous walk in the summer or the spring, but in the snow, it would feel more like 5 or 6. The powder wasn't waist deep, of course, but I was keenly aware of the crunch, crunch, crunch of my new snow boots as I made my way towards the cabin. I had my camera out and decided to take a few pictures of the expansive winter landscape as I went. I saw signs of deer in the snow, some frozen pellets, probably left by a rabbit, and when I went to take a picture of some long plants jutting from a frozen icy pond, I saw the first of the puppets. I've been saying puppets, but I suppose what they were was marionettes. I inspected a few of them and found nowhere to put a hand to make the mouth move. They were sitting in trees, hanging from branches by their strings, some of them lying on the ground in a heap, but all of them looked meticulously crafted and expertly carved. They were dressed in all manner of outfits, but a lot of them looked like they might be wearing jogging pants or hiking clothes. Some of them were definitely children, and seeing them hanging merrily from the trees made me remember the story that I had read about this place. Walking through all this snow made me wonder if this was what the kids had experienced as they trudged through that same snow, cold and hungry, just trying to get home again. The farther I went, the more it seemed like I too could easily get lost out here. I was a tourist, but I could imagine that even the locals would be hard-pressed to find their way out of here. All this white, all this ice would cover up landmarks and make it that much easier to get turned around. You could blunder around out here for hours just trying to find the right trail, only to realize that you'd gone deeper into the woods instead of closer to town. The woods were made up of birches and spruces, hardy old pines, and the snow bothered them not at all. They hung close together, bearing the weight of all that powder stoically, and amongst the limbs were the puppets that I had come to see. Always those infernal puppets. When it began to get dark, I realized that I'd been wandering this trail for hours. It had been early morning when I left, 8 or 9 at the latest, and as I watched the sun begin to dip a little, I started getting worried that I was lost. The map I had did very little to help. The area was unknown to me, and the landmarks that would have meant something to the locals were just so much snow-covered nothing. I still hadn't come to the Toymakers' cabin, and with every step I was less sure that I would ever find it. It was 3:30 by my watch when I noticed the smoke curling up on the horizon, and I headed towards it like a dying man towards rescue. I had hoped it was someone's chimney in town, but the closeness of the trees made me think it might be the cabin that I'd been looking for. The thought that somebody had hiked out here at first light to pretend to be some creepy toy maker made me want to applaud his resilience, but I was hoping that he had a snowmobile or something to get back to town. Hell, I would settle for a guide to find my way back to the trailhead at this point. Whoever was up here likely knew the way out at any rate, and I was cold and soaked enough to want to get back somewhere warm. My hands shook a little as I came up to the cabin, my camera coming up as I clicked a few pictures of the dark wood dwelling. It was a single-room cabin, nothing fancy by today's standards, but it was long and likely contained a loft above the floor. I could just imagine the workshop that must exist inside there, the tables and benches that held the creations, the wonders that he would create there, and suddenly I wanted to see it. I went right on wanting a peek until my knock was answered by something from a nightmare. The door opened with a long and ominous creak, and inside was less than inviting. The shadows weren't particularly long outside, but the inside of the workshop was pitch black. The face that leered out had an unsettlingly toothy grin to go along with its cold red eyes. Its body was undeterminable, the dark hiding it like a cloak, but its face loomed down at me like a jack-o'-lantern from a high shelf. He grinned at me from a space near the top of the door, and I felt my lower lip tremble a little as his eyes fell on me. "Well, hello, traveler. You look cold. Would you like to come inside and sit by the fire?" Its voice sounded like an echo from the pits of hell, but that wasn't what had decided me on backing away from the invitation. When the door had opened, a smell like wet copper had nearly bowled me over. It was a smell like blood, and I knew that if I went into that house, I would never come out again. No, thank you," I said, trying to keep my voice from shaking. "I was just wondering which way would get me back to town." "That way," it said, and I assumed it must have pointed. "I'd walk with you, but I can't abide the light. It hurts my eyes, you see. If you'd like to wait until the sun sets, however, I'd be happy to walk you back to town." I shook my head. "No, thank you. My friends are waiting for me, and I must be going." "Of course. Hurry along now." As it closed the door, the portal creaked on swollen hinges, but not loud enough for me to hear it whisper, "Wouldn't want you to be caught out after dark, now would we?" I ran as fast as I could, using the puppets as a guidepost. Suddenly their height in the tree made sense. This thing had been crouching to talk to me, and I bet its arms would have no trouble placing those puppets in the boughs of the nearby firs. They seemed to taunt me as I ran, enticing me to hurry. The sun might keep it inside for now, they seemed to say through their painted smiles, but what will happen when it goes down? I haven't been so afraid since I lay on the floor of the hermit's shack, listening as I wondered if he would kill me. I ran as the sun set, and fate must have been with me that day. The journey that had taken me all day seemed to end in a few minutes, and I could soon see the town in profile as the sun set behind it. I raced the shadows into town, expecting to hear a howl or a scream as the darkness allowed him to leave his den, and as I closed the door of the inn behind me, I saw the patrons at the bar looking up questioningly. The barmaid, however, seemed to know exactly what had happened. As I came to rest at the bar, snow falling off my clothes, she set a mug of something hot down in front of me. Her look was knowing, like she had guessed what had happened, but it also looked sympathetic, like she understood what I had been through. It was pretty clear that she too had been to the cabin and possibly even seen something that haunted her to this day. "Don't worry, it doesn't come into town. Never has, not since our great-great-great-grandsires kicked in its door and murdered it for a crime it had no part of. It's called the Toymakers' Woods for a reason, and that's where it hunts its prey." I nodded, taking a sip of the mead she put down in front of me. It was warm and thick and good. "How many have gone missing in those woods?" I asked, not really sure I wanted the answer. "Not so many as you might think. Enough that the Forestry Service goes out with dogs a few times a month, but never after dark. It prefers to take locals if it can. It remembers that the townspeople are responsible for its suffering, and it means to exact revenge a drop at a time. To its credit, it probably kills as few tourists as it can. Tourists are usually noticed when they go missing. The locals know to stay out of the woods or to accept the dangers of going in." I stayed in Bucklowder for a few days, the snowdrifts making me afraid to take my rental car back on the road. By the time the snows began to recede some, I had a great article full of Bucklowder's history and lore. My editor loved it, my readers loved it, and it definitely made an impression on yours truly. I had a little more respect for local color after that, though it certainly didn't stop my editor from sending me to strange and interesting places. I'm sure you'll hear from me again sometime, but until then, remember to trust that funny feeling you get sometimes when you're out on the trail or hiking in an unfamiliar area. It just might save you from becoming part of a local legend yourself. The man with the wagon came every year, and his arrival was something we looked forward to when I was young. He always sat up in the fountain area of the little mall in my town. He ran a little show similar to the likes of Leonard Bernstein's animatronic choir, or other such holiday entertainment that sometimes came to small towns. I always got excited when I went to the mall and saw the colorful wooden caravan parked in the lot. I would get further excited when I saw the green tarp that he used like a stage curtain to block off his setup. It was like a herald of the season to see that green tarp, and it just didn't feel like Christmas until I knew that the man with the funny tree was going to be there. I grew up in a fairly rural town, but most towns had some kind of mall in the 1990s. Ours was nothing grand, one of those barely holding on kind of places that was extremely dependent on the J.C. Penney and the Burlington Coat Factory that occupied the larger spaces. In the middle, there was a food court, a couple of bookstores, some clothing stores, and a Spencer's Gifts that the little Bible-thumping community always seemed to be trying to get closed down. The mall was the place we all used to hang out, a safe environment where you could go and peruse the edifice of capitalism. Nothing bad could happen to you in the mall. At least, that's what we thought at the time. The man in the wagon always came the week before Thanksgiving. I say he drove a wagon, but that doesn't really do it justice. What he had was a large, colorful wooden house on wheels, something like an RV that was pulled by mules. It was covered in bright colors and strange symbols, and my mom told me that he'd been coming to town for years. He used to set up in the town square, from what she told me, and every year he had some different display, though the content was always the same. When the mall opened, he began to go there instead. It was where the people were, and the people were what he was after. He used to have a manger scene, and before that it was a bunch of snowmen, but It was always just a platform for the singing heads, Mom would say. Yeah, you read that right. The singing heads. The tree that was used was large and seemed to be made of fiberglass, though I suppose it could have been something else. It was about 15 feet high and in sections that he would drag out of the cart to erect. Once he had the tree in place, he would push out a rolling cart with a tarp over it, and we all knew that that's where the funny heads were. You never saw where he unpacked them from. You never saw how they worked, but we all knew what they did. On the first day of December, he would unveil his show. The first time the curtain slid back, we would all laugh and cheer at the sight of the tree with the funny heads covering the limbs. There were 15 in all, and they all hung from the limbs of the tree like ornaments. Each head seemed to know its part, and the songs were always expertly performed. I assumed they were robotic, because when they weren't singing, they would close their eyes and almost appear dead. There were 5 that sat on the bottom row, 4 that sat on the second row, 3 in the middle, 2 on the second row from the top, and a single head that sat at the very top like a grotesque star. They sang the usual holiday fare: Frosty the Snowman, chestnuts roasting on an open fire, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, and even the religious songs that kept them in the good graces of the people who were constantly trying to get the Spencers closed. Each show lasted about an hour, and he usually did about 5 a day. He would post the show times on a chalkboard near the ticket booth, and in between shows, he could be seen sitting on the edge of the stage and whittling. The town always offered to put him up in a hotel, thanking him for bringing some holiday cheer to the community, but he always refused and insisted on sleeping in his wagon. I wouldn't want to be away from my stars for too long, he would say with a sly wink. The man in the tree and the singing heads would stay until the day before Christmas Eve, and then they would disappear just as quickly as they had arrived. We never knew where they went back to, just that he would be back on the last week of November, and he always was. The man was mysterious, but the talking heads and the tree were the real show, and the real mystery, I suppose. The man who had assembled the chorus was just as mysterious as they were. He was middle-aged, but I suppose he could have been older. He wore a coal-black suit like an undertaker, and had a tall black hat that completed the mortician look. He had a cane, shiny black shoes that he'd polished to a mirror shine, and I always remember that he had the one tooth that winked when he smiled. He was always jolly, and his short white beard reminded me a little of Santa Claus. He always had candy canes for the children who came to see the tree, and there always seemed to be something a little off about him. Even as a kid, my attention held by the tree of singing heads, I remember keeping a wary eye on the man as he grinned and watched the show from the ticket booth. It was the same wary attention that I would give people who stood a little too close to children's playgrounds or mumbled to themselves on park benches. It was the same wariness that we give people who might not be all there. I looked forward to the arrival of the man in his cart probably longer than I should have. The mystery of the tree and the singing heads would persist until I was nearly out of high school, though I wish now that it had lasted forever. I might be happier if it had remained a mystery. I was 17 and working at Hot Dog on a Stick when I smiled as I saw the old man pushing his trolley towards the fountain area. He had the bottom part of the tree perched precariously on his hand truck, and I just knew that soon the mall would be filled with the sound of the holidays. Carol, one of my co-workers at the stand, snorted and said she couldn't believe they let that creepy old guy come back year after year. I looked shocked, but then I remembered that Carol's family had only moved here 2 years ago. They'd come up from Gladstone, a bigger town about 3 hours up the road, and this would only be her second year seeing the man and his caroling heads. "He's not creepy," I insisted. though I didn't quite believe it myself. I love his Christmas show. Most people in town do. Really? Carol asked. How long has he been coming around? I assumed he was newish since, he's clearly trying to cash in on the whole animatronic fad. Since I was a little kid, I told her. He's been coming around for at least the 17 years I've been alive. Mom says he's been coming around longer than that. Carol made a halfway interested noise, and we watched as he took several trips back and forth to the wagon as he set up his tarp and began setting up the tree. Other people had taken notice too, and there was an air of excitement as they marked the old man's return. I call him the old man, but he always looked exactly the same. He could always have passed for middle age, but he never seemed to get any larger or smaller. Other than his white beard, he never seemed to gray or wrinkle as the old-timers sometimes did. People watched him as he came back and forth, and as the top of the tree rose above the tarp, we all secretly waited for the first week of December. I was especially excited this year. I would have a prime seat for nearly every performance as I stood here and sold lemonade and hot dogs on sticks. I'd been happy to take the job after being let go from the shoe carnival when they closed, and part of it was because I knew I'd be able to watch the Christmas tree and the singing heads. The man still gave me the creeps, though I'd hidden it deep for as long as I could remember, but I looked forward to the show nonetheless. I couldn't wait to see if he had added any new Christmas songs this year, and Carol likely got tired of my constant speculation. Carol seemed less than excited, but was definitely interested to see what the old guy would bring to the table this year. I was working the first day that he opened the curtain, and to my surprise, they had added not a new song, but another head. There were 16 now, the bottom row holding 6, and it threw off some of the symmetry that had existed for years before. The man took the stage and made a bow, telling everyone he was glad to see them for another year. Then he lifted his conductor's baton and started the show. All the heads opened their eyes as if they'd only been waiting for a signal, and as they broke into a rendition of "O Come All Ye Faithful," Carol gave a long shudder, said she didn't know how she was going to work here for the next 4 weeks with all that going on. "Are you kidding?" I asked. "We get a front row seat for every performance. We don't have to buy a ticket or anything. It's kind of cool." She gave me a look like I might be brain damaged. "Tell me this doesn't seem normal to you." "Well, yeah, it's a yearly thing. The cart rolls in, the man sets up, and then the first day of December, he brings out the singing heads, just as he did the year before." She pursed her lips like she was trying to find the most diplomatic way to say what was on her mind, and finally decided on the truth. "You know that nowhere else does anything like this, right?" I furrowed my brow, having never thought about it before. "I mean, they must do something like this. I'm sure there are weird little holiday activities in every town." "Yeah, but nothing like this. This is just sick. Who makes robot heads that sing Christmas carols? The whole thing it's like a Twilight Zone episode. I don't know how any of you guys enjoy this," she said, going back to counting sticks. I just shook my head as some fella came up to buy a hot dog on a stick and found my eyes wandering back to the show throughout the day. We did amazing business that month, thanks in part to the people coming over to get snacks before the next show. The man put on 5 shows a day, and the last one ended about 10 minutes before the mall closed, and he always packed his heads back on the dolly and wheeled them out after the crowd had left. I remember wanting to talk to him, tell him how much the show meant to me, but I couldn't quite bring myself to. Even as an adult, at least that's how I thought of myself, I was still a little hesitant to approach him. I remember the way he made me feel as a kid, the polar opposite of the singing heads, and always watched him shuffle back to his cart from afar. It was December 21st, 4 days before Christmas, when I learned something about the show that would change my memories of it forever. Carol and I were, once again, manning the stand when a camera crew came up to talk to the man in between shows. He was preparing for the final show of the night, tickets already beginning to sell, when a lady from Channel 4 News approached the booth and asked him if they could get an interview for a piece they were doing on the mall. He tried to put her aside gently, saying that he had the show starting in about 30 minutes, but she persisted until he agreed to do an interview and finally walked off with her. As we watched him leave, Carol got a strange look in her eye and seemed to be planning mischief. "Hey, let's go get a closer look at those heads." My mouth came open a little bit, and I asked her if she was crazy. No one got near the stage. No one. The man's demeanor was usually jolly, but anyone who tried to get close to the stage saw a different side of him come out. He could be scary, if the mood took him, and those who attempted to touch or get close to his singing heads discovered that the hard way. He'd never hurt anyone, not that I'd ever seen, but he definitely made them change their minds through some kind of sorcery, I guess. Even the surliest of teens or the brattiest of kids quailed beneath his softly spoken words and his harsh glares, and very few people attempted to go near the stage. "No one goes near the stage," I told her. "Yeah, 'cause he's always guarding it. He stepped away, so now we can go have a look." She explained it as if she were talking to a child, and I felt the same as I repeated to her that no one went near the stage. "Pfft, come on! Aren't you a little bit curious to know what they are and how they work? It's got to be something with the baton, maybe some kind of advanced robotics if they can sing all those songs. I don't see any wires from here, do you? He's got to be some kind of skilled tinkerer if he's controlling them with nothing but that cheap plastic wand. Don't you want to see how it works?" I did. I was very curious, but it seemed wrong to look. It was like knowing how a magician did his trick, and it might take some of the magic out of it if I knew that the rabbit had been in that hat the whole time. "Come on," she said. "What, are you scared?" She was moving before I could answer, and I just got swept up in it. I wasn't scared, not really, but I didn't want her to go by herself either. I was honestly worried that if she was alone, I would never see her again. She'd become one of my best friends in the time that we'd worked together. We hung out outside of work, and we went to the same school together too, and I liked Carol, and that way we sometimes become attached to people. I really didn't want anything to happen to her, and after tossing down a "back in 10 minutes" sign, I followed behind her. The crowd was sparse this early, just a couple of people wanting to get good seats for the last show of the evening, and it was easy to move behind the curtain and into the shadowy area backstage. The light came in from overhead, but the curtain still cast the bottom part of the tree in a small shadow bank. The heads looked a little grisly with their eyes closed, seemingly asleep, and now that I was close, they looked less magical and more creepy. He had decorated his Christmas tree with severed heads, it appeared, and now that I could look at them properly, I could see that they were hanging from their own braided strands of hair. They swung from the boughs like hanged men and women, and Carol seemed amazed by them. "Wow," she said, getting right up to one of the heads. "These are amazing. What you think it is? Some kind of robot or some kind of weird ventriloquist?" But she never finished her thought. The head, a dark-haired man with a short beard, opened his eyes and looked at her. The two held the gaze of the other for a long moment, and then the head began to scream. The scream was high and terrified, and as the other heads woke up, they took up the same scream. The 16 heads began to keen in unison, lifting their voices to the sky as they shrieked and moaned. I could hear the crowd on the other side of the curtain, confused cries coming from the children as the adults began to cry for help. "Carol, we have to go!" Carol couldn't hear me, though. Carol was screaming as the heads bellowed their rage and fear to the ceiling of our cheap mall. I heard someone coming, the gravelly voice telling them that everything was okay and that they should return to their seats. I knew that voice, and I did not want him to catch me back here. Even at 17, I was still a little afraid of the man in the dark suit, and I'm ashamed to say that I ran for my life. I fled into the mall, hiding in a bathroom for half an hour before finally coming back to find the performance in full swing, as if nothing had happened. I never saw Carol again, but the man and his singing heads never came back either. I never knew why they stopped coming, but I was a little grateful for their absence. The memory of those screaming heads would haunt me for years to come, and I can remember waking up in a cold sweat as I remembered their open mouths and mourning faces. In my dream, Carol was still screaming, and when she looked at me, her head would flop sideways and fall off her neck. In my dream, I couldn't run. All I could do was watch. I hadn't thought about the choir of heads for many years, but I was reminded of them today. I've got kids of my own now, 6 and 13, and I've moved away from the little podunk town I grew up in. I went to college, and now I work in the library of said college. That's where I met my husband, and that's where he proposed to me. We've been together for 14 years, and we couldn't be happier. Anyway, that's not what you're interested in, so I'll get to it. I dragged my kids to a winter carnival that was being held at the fairground. It wasn't a huge event, just a couple of fair rides, some craft tables, some food vendors, but as we got deeper into the event, I began to hear singing. My youngest was interested, thinking it was a local choir or something, and my oldest came along behind in his usual angsty haze. He clearly thought of himself as too cool for something like this, but if he wanted a ride home, he knew that he better keep up with us. I saw the top of the tree before I saw anything else, and the sight of that head perched at the tippy top made me want to scream. Its lips moved as it sang about a little drummer boy, and I was filled with the old fear again. My youngest wanted to get close, thinking the heads were funny, but I scooped him up and told him we were leaving. My youngest cried, not wanting to leave, but my oldest son was up and moving before I was. He was done with the festivities and was glad to see that I was too. We nearly sideswiped another car on our way out of the parking lot, and I was off and running as my kids made various complaints in the back seat. That new head would play a part in my new nightmares. For good reason, too. It would appear that Carol had discovered the secret of those heads the hard way. No one had seen her again after that, and her parents had still been looking for her when I went to college. I didn't tell the police anything, and they never came to ask. I just knew that I'd get in trouble if they found out what we'd been doing, and when the man in his cart had left early that year, I assumed it was a mystery I would never know the answer to. Now I knew better, and I suppose Carol did too. Her head sat atop the tree at the place of honor, singing all the old holiday classics the heads had sung every year. I told the kids to play as I went into my sewing room, just sitting here as I write this little confession of inaction. I've got no idea what to do, and I'm not sure that anyone would believe me anyway. So if you see the tree of singing heads this year, just remember to keep your distance. Otherwise, you might be the new star of their little Christmas special. I'll always remember that Christmas when the storm blew in. This was back in 82 or 83, and my family was living in a little house in North Georgia. Dad worked as a logger, Mom stayed at home to take care of me and my brother, and Grandpa had lived with us ever since Grandma died the year before. My uncle and aunt had come to stay with us for the holidays, and my two cousins, Ella and Jasper, were sharing the loft in the attic with me and my brother. Our little 3-bedroom cabin seemed pretty cramped, but we all just thought it would be until after the holidays. That was until the blizzard rolled in. It was December 20th, 4 days before Christmas, and we were all playing outside. The adults had said we were getting a little too loud and had asked us to go out for a bit, so we put on our coats and mittens and went out to play. My brother wanted to play hide and seek, and my cousins and I, all of us about 4 to 6 years older than him, had agreed begrudgingly. We were too old for baby games, my youngest cousin a whole year older than me, but we agreed, mostly so we'd have something to do. So Jasper and I were hiding under the porch, talking about something to do with hunting, I think, when I blinked as something drifted past my face. Jasper quieted as he noticed it, and I reached out my hand and caught a delicate-looking snowflake. I'd seen snow before. You don't live in North Georgia for long without seeing some snow, but this was the first snow I thought might actually stick. It had been unseasonably warm for North Georgia, most days sitting around 45, and we had been worried that our white Christmas might be a bust. As the snow began to fall harder, really coming down, we abandoned our game of hide and seek and devolved into little kids at the sight of all that powder. It was really amazing how quickly it came down, half a foot seeming to appear in minutes, and we began making snowmen, having snowball fights, and looking for the sleds in the tool shed so we could go to the holler and glide down on the fresh powder. Our parents came out on the porch, looking in awe at all that snow, and when Dad tapped his little thermometer that hung next to the rain gauge, I realized that it was pushing 50 degrees. I didn't think about it at the time, but there was no way that all that snow could be sticking. It was above freezing, and the snow should have been turning into slush before it hit the ground. To us, it seemed like a Christmas miracle, but as the sun went down and the adults went inside, I noticed Grandpa come out, and he looked at the sky with distrust. I watched as he walked out to the wood pile and took a piece of stove wood back with him, my distraction earning me a snowball upside my head from Ella. Looking back on it, Grandpa had known what was coming, and even then he started getting ready for it. We went to bed that night with visions of snowball fights and sledding dancing in our heads, but we woke up to a blizzard outside. My dad and uncle went to stare at it on the porch, drinking coffee as they discussed what to do. Dad had laid by food, but he was worried that he didn't have enough for the 9 people long term. My uncle joked that we could always eat Grandpa, but Dad said that it'd be like chewing on a boiled owl, and they both just laughed. Grandpa, on the other hand, was whittling something from the stove wood. He had been working on it through the night, and it kind of looked like a crossroads sign. It was thick enough in the middle, however, which made me think that there might be more to it. I was too excited for another day of snow, however, to pay Grandpa much heed. Not when there were winter festivities to get up to. My cousins and I played in the blizzard that day, but our games were muted some as the wind picked up and the snow began to fly. The wind was blowing too hard for our snowballs to fly straight. We tried sledding, but the snow was coming down too hard for us to see, and the ice that was forming was starting to hurt our ears and faces. By lunchtime, we were forced to come in out of the cold. Our coats and mittens and hats were soaked through, and after hanging them on pegs in the mudroom, we went into the attic loft, where we were all sleeping to warm up. We had all been set up in sleeping bags up there, my aunt and uncle taking the room I shared with my brother, and it was like having a little camp out. The heat from the fire in the living room made it very warm up there, and as Jasper and I watched from the upper window, he leaned close to the glass and pointed into the woods. "You see that?" he asked. I squinted into the sea of white, trying to find it and finally picking out a single silhouette. It looked like an animal, something on all fours, but it was gone as the wind blew up again, and we were both left looking at the snowy forest. He asked if I'd seen it, probably trying to figure out if he'd been seeing things, and I assured him that I had seen it too. We both sat by the window after the adults had gone to bed, looking out and hoping to catch a glimpse of something in the blowing snow. We didn't see anything, at least I didn't, but we both assured the other that we could see all sorts of spooky things out there. The next day, the blizzard was even worse. December 22nd was too stormy for any of us to even think about going out to play, and when my uncle and father came out bundled to the eyes in several winter coats and the old deerskin breeches they sometimes wore for winter work, I knew they intended to go out anyway. Mom told them they were crazy, but Dad said they needed supplies. The town was only about 2 miles north through the woods, and they could get the essentials and head back before lunch. He kissed Mom and told me to hold down the fort while he was gone. I should be back soon. It's only a couple of miles. They set out about 7, just after breakfast, and I didn't envy them. With the blizzard raging, we mostly sat around the house and watched TV. The set only got 10 channels on a good day, and today we were lucky to get 2. The local weather station came through, on and off, and as the little kids watched public access, I sat and read on the saggy old couch. My cousin had decided to read a magazine he'd brought, and the only breakup over the muffled sound of the TV was Grandpa as he carved his little figure. The skiff, skiff, skiff of Grandpa's whittling knife kept leading me away from the adventures of Frodo and Sam, and I found myself looking at him as he worked. If he was self-conscious about it, he never showed it. Grandpa wasn't so old that he seemed ancient, but even as a kid, he seemed like some wise old elf to a sprat like me. After a while, I finally asked him what he was making, and his answer made me put my book down entirely. A totem? Like a tribal thing? Like in Robinson Crusoe? He smiled wetly at me. Kind of. This one is to keep something specific away, though. Something we may get a look at if we're unlucky. What's that? My cousin asked, and I realized he'd been listening too. The magazine lay across his lap now, and as Grandpa set his knife aside, he lay it on the arm of the chair and moved over to sit closer. Grandpa had just opened his mouth to speak when the lights suddenly went out, and the living room was left in semi-darkness. The power had struggled on manfully, but it had finally given up the ghost. The fire in the grate cast Grandpa in a ghostly pall, and I imagined that this was how his own grandfather had looked when he told stories, once upon a time. When I was younger than you two, but right about Mac's age there, he said, pointing to my brother, there was a blizzard much like this one. It blew in right about Christmas, and it stayed for 5 or 6 days. My brother and I thought it was great, and we played in the snow as the adults looked on with concern. Did we have enough firewood? Did we have enough food? None of that mattered to us, though. Those were matters for adults, and we threw snowballs and built forts and played until the sun set each day. The fire crackled as the little kids moved closer to Grandpa, and we settled in for a story. As the blizzard went on, we noticed that something was stalking the woods around the cabin. It came on all fours like a deer or a stag, but sometimes, if you were quick, you could see it on 2 legs as well. It never got close, not in the beginning, but as the blizzard went on, it crept closer and closer to the house. At night, my brother and I would sit in the attic window, and sometimes its eyes were red as coals in the dark. We were all gathered around him then, listening to the tale, enveloped in the mystery of the creature. Me and Jasper especially, since I was pretty sure that we had seen it yesterday. Every day it got a little closer, and every day the storm got a little worse. My own grandpa, a man who had seen the beginning of a new century, sat in a chair by the fire and whittled from the first day of the storm to the last. His old knife, this knife, actually, he said as he held up a fixed-blade knife with a silver handle, was very sharp, and the wood had fallen in thick curls as he worked. I was enthralled by the little carving he was making. I asked him what it was as more of it came out, and he told me it was a ward against something that might come with the storm. I watched him, studied him, and at night we watched the red eyes of the deer thing get closer and closer to the house. By the second night, the eyes might as well be right on the porch, and we were shuddering in our blankets as we wondered what it was. The storm outside made a perfect backdrop for the story, and we were so captured by the tale that we didn't even hear my mother stepping in from the kitchen. On the last day, as the blizzard raged, we heard hoofbeats on the porch. My father wanted to go out and see what it was, but Grandpa said he'd fix it. He told us to go into the attic, told my father and mother to go to their room, and took the thing he had carved out to the porch. There, as we tried to see through the window, we saw a bright light, and the deer fell back into the snow. The deer, however, was wrong. Its legs were too long, its arms ended in strange fingers, and its eyes were— "Pop!" Mom yelled, making all of us jump. "I know you're not trying to keep those kids up all night with such tales." Grandpa had jumped a little too, so enthralled by his own story. He looked sheepish, like he'd been caught doing something wrong, and shrugged as he gave another gummy smile. We all looked at her incredulously, as if not sure what to make of her, but if it made her self-conscious, she didn't budge. "Just a little Christmas story, Peg. I didn't mean any harm." My mother gave him a hard look. "Well, if these boys are awake all night, shivering at the ghosts of some story, then you can sit up with them." She returned to the kitchen then, the smells of lunch wafting from the wood stove that she had in there. "What was it?" I asked Grandpa, keeping my voice low so my mom wouldn't hear, but he shook his head as he returned to his whittling. "Better not to say, boy. Don't want your mother to tell your dad, and then I'll get thrown out in the snow like the leftovers," he said with a wink. He tried to play it off as a joke, but I knew that Grandpa was always very aware that he was a guest in my parents' house. He lived with us for most of my young life, seeing me graduate high school before dying in his sleep one spring, but Mom told me once that it was a blessing to him to be so close to her and Dad and his grandkids. Her other siblings had moved away when they grew up, and Grandpa couldn't imagine himself living anywhere but in the woods that he loved so much. As night fell and my dad and uncle still hadn't returned, Mom started getting worried. The town wasn't that far away, and they should have been back by now. She figured they had just gotten turned around, and maybe they'd come stumbling in after dark. But as the dinner dishes were cleaned away and we all prepared for bed, my mom and aunt became less sure. As we watched through the window, seeing the red eyes that Grandpa had told us about, I heard them making plans to go look for him the next day. "What do you reckon it is?" Jasper said, the two of us watching the eyes as they moved fitfully through the trees that surrounded our cabin. "Dunno. I've never seen anything like that," I admitted. As my mom and aunt turned in, and the light that filtered through the boards went out, we settled in as well, still not sure what tomorrow would bring. December 23rd dawned cold, with still no sign of my dad or uncle. Mom was frantic, flitting about the kitchen like a hummingbird, and when she called us to the kitchen around noon, we all expected what was coming. She was dressed warmly, her two thickest coats thrown over a pair of snow pants, and the boots that she had on were Dad's with several pairs of socks inside. "I'm going into town to see about your father. Until I get back, your aunt's in charge. You boys listen to her, okay? Keep an eye on your grandpa. He may need help, and if I'm not here to help with him, then that falls to you two. Be good, and be safe. If the phones come back on, call the sheriff and tell him that your father never came home. If I haven't made it to town, then someone will need to go out and look for us." She left around 11, lunch already on the table, and I watched her go from the front door as she disappeared into the snow. I hoped I would see her again, but after watching my dad and uncle disappear out there too, I wasn't sure I would. As I watched, I could also see the shadow of the creature as it stalked our little house. It was still on all fours, its antlers sometimes knocking snow from the trees, but sometimes, when the wind would blow up, I could see it rise onto its back legs for the briefest moment before it was lost from sight. Mom didn't come back for dinner, and as we went to bed, I could hear my aunt crying in the room that she had shared with my uncle. We all woke up on the 24th, Christmas Eve, feeling hopeless and unsure of what to do. With every passing day, this felt less like a fun time and more like a real problem. My cousins and I started to feel like a bunch of westbound settlers who were watching the hills for Indians. My aunt didn't get up to make us breakfast, and Ella said that she had fallen asleep in my brother's bed with an empty bottle by her head. It was probably the corn whiskey that Dad kept for emergencies, and I suppose that this counted as one of those. We ate cold food from the fridge, Jasper making some eggs to go with it, and the two of us sat and watched the shadowy creature from the porch as we ate. My brother and Ella had gone back to the attic, feeling like they might go back to sleep, which is why they weren't there for what happened next. As we sat munching on cold ham and burnt eggs, the creature stalked the house from the depths of the rising storm. The blizzard was focused, a swirling vortex that seemed to enclose us in a swirl of winter. We were powerless to do anything about it, so we just sat there and watched as it raged and frothed. The creature was barely visible, an outline more often than not, and it seemed odd now that we weren't more worried about it. Both of us had hunted deer, however, and the thought of being scared by a half-starved buck seemed silly. When it turned its horned head towards us, its eyes boring into our conversation as it stepped slowly towards the house, the idea no longer seemed so silly. "What the hell is that?" my cousin said, rising so quickly that his stool went spilling over. "What is that thing?" It had come out of the storm, and we could see that it was a solid white buck, its skin hanging on it like a carcass. Carcass was an apt word, too. The deer looked like a corpse, like some half-eaten piece of roadkill that had gotten up to seek revenge. Its antlers were huge, the tines many and majestic. It was a 13 or 14-point buck by a quick count, but as I watched, the sharp bones seemed to move with an eerie independence from their host. They squirmed like a nest of snakes, and the creature reminded me of Medusa as it stood glowering at us. Its blazing eyes still glowed like coals, and it was baring its flat teeth at us like it meant to bite. I wished, suddenly, that I had my rifle, but it was in the room with my aunt, and absolutely of no use to me here. I don't think either of us were truly afraid until the creature stood up on its hind legs, legs that now seemed as boneless as the Gumby character that my little brother liked to watch, and it began to run at us. We barely made it into the house, slamming the door behind us when it hit the wood hard enough to shake it in the frame. Jasper and I went deeper into the house, but as I came to the ladder that led to the attic, I remembered Grandpa was still in the living room. Mom's words echoed in my head, and I told him to go on and make sure the others were okay. He nodded, understanding, and when I got to the living room, I found Grandpa still working on his totem. "Grandpa, we've got to go," I told him, trying to get him up. This thing, it's going to get us if we don't." "I'm almost done, kiddo. Once I'm done, we'll be safe." I heard the door beginning to splinter, but Grandpa just shrugged me off as I tried to help him up. "Grandpa, we need to get to the attic. I've seen this thing, and I can tell you that your carving isn't going to..." But I never finished. The door burst open then, and the cadaverous deer creature came snorting into the living room. I was frozen in fear as it strode in, its hooves clicking on the floor, and I saw its front legs end in the same snaky appendages that had decorated its head. They were like fingers in some nightmare picture, and its red eyes focused on us as it came striding into the living room. His horns made a hellish noise as they scraped the ceiling, sending curls of wood down in a shower. He was focused on Grandpa, his eyes boring into him, but as I started to bolt, He swept up a hand and held me back. I looked down and found that to my surprise, the old man was smiling. "Fancy meeting you again after all this time," Grandpa said, the deer snarling and snorting a mere 15 feet away. He started moving after a few tense seconds, but when Grandpa lifted his hand, I was momentarily blinded by a white-hot light that emanated from the carving there. I saw the face carved there for half a bitter second, the huge eyes and roaring mouth looking formidable, and then I had to throw my hands over my eyes as my senses were assaulted by a sudden cry of primal rage. It was as if the totem was bellowing at the interloper, screaming down the deer thing that meant to kill me and Grandpa, and all my senses seemed assaulted at once. I was blind, deaf, smellless, unspeaking, and incapable of thought. I was as Adam must have been for the first few moments of his creation, and when I was able to gain my senses, I found myself lying on the floor as Grandpa looked on placidly. Of the deer, there was no sign, and Grandpa's totem looked as if it had been through the heart of a blazing inferno. The features were still perfect, only charred to a dumb muteness by the effort of expelling the deer thing. It had taken everything the little effigy had to set the creature aside, and now it was used up. Grandpa handed it to me, the carving leaving char stains on my fingers as it passed between us. "Here, you might need to know how to carve one yourself someday." I started to thank him, but that was when I heard my father's angry yell as he asked just what the hell had happened to the door. Some of his anger was set aside when I came running up to hug him, and I could see both my uncle and my mother standing slightly behind him as they looked concerned and confused. I tried my best to explain what had happened, but I don't think they believed me. Dad was skeptical that all this had happened in the few hours that he'd been gone, but Mom pointed out that he'd been gone for at least a day and a half. That really threw him, and when he told her that he had just left that morning, she said that he'd been in the woods since the 21st. "Yeah," he agreed, "this morning." The two went back and forth, but when I told Mom that she had been in the woods overnight as well, she also looked confused. Both of them had been in the woods overnight. Dad had actually been in the woods for 2 nights, but both parties said that the sun had never gone down. They had been roaming through the woods looking for the town and had just appeared back here all of a sudden. When Dad had found Mom in the woods, he assumed that she had come out looking for him. They had all 3 returned home, a trip that had taken less than a few minutes, and figured they had just gotten turned around in the blizzard. Speaking of the blizzard, it had stopped as suddenly as it had started. The power came back on a little while later, and when my aunt woke up to find her husband had returned, we all took stock of the fridge and began working on one of the best Christmas dinners ever. That particular Christmas was one that I'll always remember, and not just because of the deer thing. We had many more Christmases like that in the years to come, but none quite so tumultuous as that one. I still live in that house, both my parents long dead, but every year we all get together and have Christmas like we used to. We tell our kids and grandkids about the Christmas we were all snowed in, and I've been practicing my whittling since the day Grandpa set the deer thing aside in a blaze of light. I haven't seen one since, but who knows who might come to visit one snowy Christmas in Appalachia. Come on, just one more drink. You know I'm good for it. The bartender looked at me evenly, his dark eyes slitted as he tried to hide his frustration. I know no such thing. You still got money on your books from last week, and you dare to come in here flaunting your wealth? I was a fool to let you drink before you'd settled your tab. Now get out. The other drunks at the bar laughed, egging the bartender on as he crossed his arms. I wanted to argue, but the man was quite a bit larger than me, and I realized the futility of continuing. He would win, just as everyone did when they went up against me. So I hung my head and mumbled something about leaving. As I stepped into the cold winter air, I felt some of my buzz deteriorate, the derision of my drinking companions following me out into the chill weather. I was too drunk to be walking home, but it was my only means of conveyance. I live in Osaka, at least I did at the time, back in the early 2000s. I was not what you would call a solid citizen. I believe the word most of my culture uses for people like me is a NEET. It basically means I wasn't enrolled in school, wasn't working on a family, and I wasn't working in a job. I'd never been very diligent a worker or a very good student. The jobs I'd had were, well, menial, and often didn't last longer than a month or two. My grades had been good enough to get me into several very expensive cram schools, but not into college. With no real prospects, I'd settled into my life as a nobody. My parents paid for a cheap one-bedroom apartment in a part of town where you had to step over the winos as they stumbled home, and they sent me money to avoid having me come to the house and bring shame on them. I didn't care. All my money went to booze or even less lofty pursuits, and I was essentially circling the drain. I suppose fate had another plan, though, because that was when I met a very special woman on my way home. I had been celebrating a small victory that night, but it seems that my luck had run out. I had a little extra money after my raffle ticket had brought a small windfall, and I'd been buying drinks for a few of the barflies in an effort to get some female companionship that evening. They had taken my drinks and laughed at my jokes, but when the money was gone, so were they. I'd drunk up all my extra money, and after having no luck mooching drinks from the usual bar patrons, I was forced to head home. It was early December, and the snow on the ground was only an inch or two. The black ice glistened treacherously from the damp pavement, and I was trying my best not to weave too much as the bracing air took some of my buzz with it. The streets were mostly deserted, a few late-night pedestrians here and there, and the lights were far from seasonal. We don't really celebrate Christmas in Japan, not like the Americans do, and the lights here were usually from billboards or the advertisements that lit the night as well as the street lamps. I'd turned a corner, heading from the trendy part of town I'd been drinking in into the less savory areas where I lived, when I first saw her. I stopped for a moment, not quite believing what I was seeing. It was a youngish woman, her black hair blowing in the wind, and her bare feet walking delicately atop the snow. She was dressed in some kind of robe, a wrapper too light for the weather, and I followed behind her as I tried to find the courage to speak to her. If she was out here and so little on a night like this, then she had to be as drunk as I was. Either that or on some kind of drug, but neither of that mattered much to me. There was heat in my apartment, and a little beer in the fridge. We could get warm together, maybe have a little drink, and watch the sun come up over the edge of my balcony. In her current state, I had little doubt that she'd be glad for a warm place to stay, and as I quickened my pace to come even with her, I tried to find my best opening gambit. "Good evening, beautiful. What's a flower like you doing out in the snow?" Now that we were even with each other, I could see her better. Her skin was as perfect as a china doll, her complexion smooth as porcelain, and her color as pale as milk. Her eyes were small and dark, focused ahead as she made her way towards wherever she was going, and it almost seemed like she was ignoring me. That was nothing new. Women often pretended they couldn't see me, but it was the little glances that kept me invested. She kept glancing at me with this coquettish look, favoring me with these intriguing lifts of her lips, and they kept me interested. "Aren't you cold? I know somewhere you can come to warm up. Your feet must be freezing." We were about 5 or 6 blocks away from my apartment, and she seemed to be heading in that direction anyway. I thought my luck might be turning around. The two of us kept walking, me chatting away as she glided across the icy sidewalk. She seemed immune to the black ice that sometimes tripped me up, and I began to notice how smoothly she moved. I know that sounds a little strange, but she moved as if her feet never touched the ground. It was like watching someone operate an extremely lifelike puppet, but it only seemed odd through the lens of memories. At the time, I was just a drunk and slightly amorous male who was hoping to trick this clearly intoxicated woman back to his apartment. I'm not the hero of this story. That should be pretty obvious. "What's your name?" I asked, realizing I didn't even know what her name was, but all I got in return was the same sly side-eye. Her face was utterly emotionless until she glanced at me and smirked. She seemed to know how to keep me interested, and I had become less flustered by the wind the longer we walked. I felt myself slowing to match her pace, my wet socks and cold feet no longer bothering me, and as we turned onto a familiar street, I realized we were about 2 blocks from my apartment. I could even see my window from here, the buttery yellow light spilling out onto the street through the dirty windows of the sliding door, and I smiled as I thought about how the sun would look as it came up through that pallid portal. When she turned suddenly, I almost missed it. We were nearly there, the front gate to my apartment complex, less than 20 steps up the road, and she had suddenly glided into the space between 2 buildings. The alley was a known haunt for winos and bums, and I found myself standing at the entrance as I watched her stroll into the semi-darkness. She'd captured me effortlessly, and when she spun preternaturally in the low light and crooked a finger at me, I was taking that first step before I could stop myself. Luckily for me, the black ice got me before she did. I slipped, falling on my butt, and as the cold rushed over me, I sobered a little. That was how I noticed that, despite the snow in the alley being deep enough to cover the first 3 inches of the garbage can or the dumpster that was there, she hadn't left a single footprint in the snow. I looked back and saw that the only footprints back the way we had come were mine, and that was when something hung in my booze-soaked brain. "Beware the Yuki Onna, my son," my mother had told me when I was very young. "Be careful that she doesn't get you while you're out in the snow." I had stopped on my way out the door, my sled under my arm and my boots unmarked by moisture as of yet, and asked her what that was. "Yuki Onna sometimes hunt handsome men and try to take their life force. It stalks them through the snow, luring them away so it can get them alone, and freezes them in place as it draws out their precious life energy. So if a beautiful woman tries to take you away, come home quick and tell me so I can scare her off." She had said it jokingly, but as I sat in the snow, I realized I was about to do exactly what she had warned me against. The porcelain woman, the woman I now noticed left no trace behind, crooked a finger at me again, but I was up and running before it could waggle more than once. Fortune was with me, and I didn't find another puddle of ice until I reached the stoop of my apartment. I could hear her behind me, her scream the roar of a winter wind, and as I rounded the gate, I came into the courtyard and expected to be pounced on at any minute. It would serve me right, I realized, as I came shakily up the steps of the front porch. I had thought I was the hunter, seeking my prey to lure it home, but I'd been tricked and ran afoul of a much larger beast. I stumbled on the ice near the door, fumbling my key from my pocket, and as I looked up, I saw her reflected in the glass. Her hair was no longer straight, writhing behind her as it rose like a nest of vipers. The wrapper now looked more like a funeral shroud, the edges tattered and dark with grave soil. Her dark eyes were now large and round, their centers full of terrible knowledge, and her jaw was opened much too wide as I slammed the key into the lock and rushed inside. I shoved the door closed behind me, expecting a loud bang as she barreled through it, but when I turned to look from the stairs, the courtyard was empty, save for the snowdrifts. I drank the beer in my fridge alone that night, realizing how close I had come to death, and deciding that it was time to make a change. I called my mother the next day and told her I needed help. That was 20 years ago, and my nights of midnight carousing are behind me. I went to cram school, got my test scores up, and started college. I now work as an engineer. My wife and I met in college, and we got married after she finished her doctorate. We have an apartment in a much better part of town, a son getting ready for high school, and my current life is as far from that apartment where I saw the snow woman as night is from day. I no longer depend on my parents, and I've left the rut that I wallowed in for far too long behind me. I still go out drinking with my coworkers sometimes, but now I'm careful how much I have before making my way home. On the night I barely escaped death, 2 homeless men were found frozen to death in that very alley. The news believed that they had succumbed to the elements, but I think the Yuki Onna was simply looking for a third course in its long meal. Some nights, when the snow falls and the leaves drift on the sidewalk, I sit in my apartment and just wonder if it's still out there, hunting the streets of Osaka for its next meal. Then I remember how lucky I am to have escaped the cold embrace of the Yuki Onna. I've got a bit of a weird career, but it's lucrative. People often get nostalgia over old shows from their childhood and want to watch them again. The problem is that most times, shows from before the 90s aren't well archived. These days, you can go on Amazon and buy a box set of your favorite show, but it wasn't always that way. There are whole shows that exist in little more than clips and snippets now, and some of the shows have been lost to time entirely. That's where people like me come in. We pick up VHS tapes from yard sales and Goodwill and all over the place and see what's on them. Most of the time it's useless, but sometimes you luck out and find a show that someone recorded that turns out to be some kind of lost media. If it sounds tedious, that's because it is. If it doesn't sound lucrative, think again. I paid 8 months of rent last year off a lost episode of a certain cartoon show that I found cassettes of at a church garage sale. I paid a good chunk of my student loan off with some early run episodes of As the World Turns a few years ago. The money's there, you just have to be willing to look for it. That was how I found myself going through tapes at Goodwill on the day in question. I was looking for the usual stuff: Disney VHSs, old or obscure cartoons, the hand-labeled tapes from someone who decided to record their favorite shows. Pickings were slim, and when I asked Doug, the guy who ran the Goodwill in my area, if he had any more, he got a funny look before nodding slowly. I don't think he knew what he had. Not really. That look was more akin to getting 2 birds with 1 stone. Come with me. Maybe we can help each other out. He took me into the sorting area and into the storage room beyond, where he had 6 moldy old boxes that had been haphazardly filled with VHS tapes. I can't sell them, and you're the only person who comes in who wants them. I was about to throw them away, but if you want to take them with you, then you can pitch the ones you don't want. I'd rather have the storage space personally. I had to stop myself from salivating at the sight of all those tapes. What untold treasures might lie there? What lost media could I uncover on these? The possibilities were limitless, and I told him I'd take them from him. "One thing," he said, bringing me up short before I noticed the grin. "You gotta load them yourself." He laughed when I went to the truck and came back with a handcart. This wasn't my first rodeo. I had them in the truck in 2 trips and paid him for the other box that he had on the floor as a show of good faith. I moved them into the house and prepared to start rummaging. Ordered some Chinese food from Dante's and got comfy, preparing for a long night of treasure hunting. As I popped the first one into the VHS player I keep hooked up in the living room for, just such an occasion, I just knew that I was going to find something worthwhile here amongst those dusty old tapes. Boy, I didn't know how right I was. The VCR clicked and clacked, but gave me nothing but static and the sound of plastic tape being eaten. I quickly shut it off, taking the tape out delicately as I fed the ribbon back in. This happens sometimes with older tapes, and as the spool reset, I tried again. The label said Jeopardy, but after pressing play, delivered the same result twice more. I tossed it into a plastic bag that I had set over there for just such an occasion, and moved on to the next one. Not a great start, but I was hoping to make up for it with the next one. 5 tapes later, I had a recording of the news from October 5th, 1983, some home movies of a trip to the seashore in which a woman and a dog ran along the beach, 2 tapes that contained popular episodes of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and one of those old Disney specials they used to put on where they showcased the art process and upcoming projects. The 2 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles tapes went into the bag. They had cut the commercials, and the episodes were popular ones that you could find anywhere, along with the Disney presentation, since it had no commercials and was also well documented. I saved the news broadcasts. I have a guy that likes to collect those, and the home movies too, for another guy who used them to make odd little art pieces online. Both tapes would probably net me less than $20, so I knew I had to find more. The next 5 were similar fare, and I added 2 more news broadcasts to the stack, a wedding video to a news stack, and 2 more broken tapes to the bag. The last of the 2 really stung because it had read Jerry's Place, and that one was hard to come across after the incident at the studio during the 2nd season. As such, any footage from Jerry's Place was worth cash money, and I dug it out after thinking that I might could take it to Daryl and see if he could do anything with it. Daryl usually cleaned and fixed VHS films, and his work was often worth the money. The next 4 hours practically flew by as I watched tape after tape of home movies, cartoons, news broadcasts, game shows, and 1,000 other things. Some of them I saved because they had shows I could sell. Some of them I saved because they had commercials that people would want clips of. Some of them I just saved because the footage would or could be used by somebody to make something, and in this business, you never knew what somebody might pay for. For the most part, I only really ended up trashing the ones that didn't work, and I'd have a full day of transferring some of them into digital media format so I could send them to people and assess their interest. As the first box came up empty, I put the bag of broken tapes into it and pulled over the second box. Right on top of the stack, the label meticulously written, was a VHS tape labeled Christmas.Mourning. I picked it up and looked at it, sucking my teeth dubiously. The tape looked a little worse for wear, and it was missing those plastic glass windows that show the reels. I wasn't sure it was going to work, and when I pushed it in and hit play, it made a crunchy sound that made me even less sure. I pulled it out, the tape trying to stay behind in the machine, and I figured the filaments would break if I tried to put it to rights. It was a shame because kids opening gifts on Christmas morning was usually a favorite for creepy YouTube videos or adverts or 1,000 other things. I wound it back up, slipping it into the VCR, and when I hit play, my expectations were very low. When it played, I was pleasantly surprised. As it continued to play, my surprise would become far less pleasant. The static parted begrudgingly, and I could see a cheery living room with a Christmas tree and a floor full of presents. There was a happy crackling fire set behind the Christmas tree, and the whole scene looked very picturesque. The date on the camera informed me it was December 25th, 1982, and it seemed from the noise behind the camera that someone was very excited. As the camera wiggled a little, I heard a small voice say, "There, it's recording," before quieting down as a man came into view. He was clearly an adult, his head hidden by an unbelievable swoop of thin blonde hair, dressed in footy pajamas like a giant child. He had put on an approximation of a kid's voice, high and wavery, and skipped happily into the scene before landing with a whump on his butt amongst the presents. "Oh, goody goody! Lots of presents for Billy!" he trumpeted. I couldn't help but cringe a little at what I was seeing. He sounded like someone doing a bad Tweety Bird impression, and he looked up at the camera with a gap-toothed grin as if he were making eye contact with me. It was highly unsettling, and I glanced away up until I heard ripping paper and the happy gabble of the kid. It was pretty clear that he maybe wasn't all there, and I felt bad for being so uncomfortable as some parent recorded their kid's Christmas morning. It was cringy, but I didn't think there was any harm in it. He unwrapped a large stuffed dog, the fur looking incredibly soft, even through the screen, and hugged it happily as he laughed. "Aw, thank you," he said, and that's when I heard something that made me hit rewind. I had to rewind 3 times before I figured out that it wasn't just a distortion, but once I heard it, it was impossible to unhear. It was clearly someone making a weird, muffled sound out of camera, and it sounded hurt. It reminded me of someone crying out from another room, and I wished I could isolate it so I could be sure of where it was coming from. The man-child, Billy I guessed, was making so much noise over the stuffed dog that it was hard to tell, and when he grabbed up another present, I heard the sound again, followed by a muffled hushing sound. Something was off here, and it had my interest. It had never happened to me, but I had read some of the forum posts about people like me who had stumbled across odd, incriminating tapes. Sometimes it was CP or videos of murderers committing their crime, but the police usually paid money for these tapes. Sometimes certain collectors paid money for these tapes too. Either way, the date on the camera told me that the crime was long ago, if it was a crime at all. I slid a fresh VHS into the other side, the side that records, and hit the red button. I'd just make a little copy, in case I had to turn this one over to the cops. Rent had to be paid, after all, one way or another. On screen, the man-child had opened up a flashing police car, a large package of Hot Wheels, and a few more plushies. Also some books. He was ripping them open without any real joy, but seemed to revel in showing them to whoever was on the other side of the camera, as he thanked them for the gifts. I watched as the books went into the fire, the hardbacks blackening as the flames took them. Off-screen, I could hear the uncomfortable noises of whoever was on the other side, and someone was clearly crying. Someone else was trying to hush them, to console them, but it wasn't working. The man-child opened up another gift and made a face as he discovered an expensive-looking package of makeup. "Yuck! Who got me this girly stuff?" He threw it against the wall, breaking the package and scattering the contents across the floor. He reached for another one, checking the label before throwing it against the wall, still wrapped. He shook the next one before breaking it against the fireplace, spilling colorful clothes from the garment bag. He unwrapped another one, finding a ceramic clown which also shattered against the fireplace. Clothes, makeup, jewelry, anything he didn't like seemed to find its way into the fire or against the wall, and soon the ground was littered with glass and metal and bits of things. The man-child was gleefully flying a toy plane around, surveying the mess before tossing it against the fireplace too, and crawling off camera as he laughed. Someone screamed, the sound muffled, and he returned dragging a girl with him by the ankle. She couldn't have been more than 15 or 16, and she was dressed in a nightgown that was now displaying an embarrassing amount of skin. She was bound and gagged, her hands tied behind her back cruelly, and as he loomed over her, I saw he had taken a knife from the floor beside the fireplace. It was a big one, almost a sword, and I could hear other muffled cries and screams from beyond the camera lens. He smiled as she wiggled and squirmed. raising the knife high so she could see it. "Time to unwrap my wheel presents," he said, his voice making it all the more horrific. I suspected that I knew what he intended to do with the girl, but as I reached for the button, it appeared that I was wrong. He plunged the knife down and into her throat, the girl bucking and shaking as he sliced. It split her chest, sliding between her breasts as it slid across her stomach and into her nethers. It slipped out of her wetly, and I could see red spreading over her nightgown. She was shaking in her death throes, and a woman could be seen dragging herself into view from off-screen. She was looking at the girl with teary eyes, trying to comfort her in the worst and last moments of her life. And that's when the man struck again. The blade came down, and she shuddered as he stabbed her again and again. The blood flew up to splatter the wall, sizzling into the fire as the woman bucked and shook her life away. The girl in the bloody nightgown was dead, her mother not far behind her, and as he freed the blade, he looked back at whoever was left and grinned gleefully. The presents hadn't mattered at all to him. This was his gift, his Christmas morning, and as he leapt out of sight, the sounds of stabbing and tussling could be heard. Muffled screams and pleas for help could be heard behind the scenes, too. They were silenced just as fast, but not before they were scarred indelibly into my psyche. He spoke not a word, going straight to his work, filled his victims with holes as the mother gave a last jerk. I sat there frozen, watching it all unfold. I was powerless to turn it off now. I had to know, I had to see, had to understand why, but I would get no answers. I was as powerless as the people he was killing, and when he came back into view, I flinched in surprise. He was naked now, his body painted in blood, and he smiled at his handiwork before turning to grab the tree. Like the Grinch had in the old storybook, he stuffed it up the chimney. He didn't get it far, but I didn't believe he was trying to go up with it. It got stuck halfway up, and the dry limbs began to burn. As the fire crept over the tree, the broken garbage that had been the family's Christmas began to catch as well. As the house burned, he turned to the camera and winked luridly. "Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night." Then he reached for the camera, and the video ended. I stood there staring at the static for a long time, almost expecting to see that bloody, grinning face reflected behind me in the screen of my television. After a while, I finally found the strength to grab my phone and call the police. They took the tape, thanking me for my diligence and saying that if it helped in the apprehension of the criminal, they would see that I got a reward. The other tape I burned in the barrel out back. I didn't even want to touch it, but I wanted it in my house even less. Now I'm sitting here watching the static, trying to figure out what to do. I got 5 more boxes of tapes to go through, but the thought of watching them terrifies me. Every time I reach for them, I remember how he cut that girl open like a Christmas package and stabbed her mother to death while she died feet away. How many more tapes like that might be waiting for me? How many more Christmas mornings might be invaded by that ghoul in the footy pajamas? I don't know, but the more I think about it, the more I think it might be time to look for more honest work. It all started with the John Doe. He had come in by ambulance at about midnight on Christmas Eve, after being found in an alley by a patrolman. He got there before I did, and sat there for most of the day, just taking up a slab. I remember feeling sorry for the corpse. Was there someone out there wondering where he was, and why he'd never come home? The police were baffled, and no one was really sure who he was or how he died. Poison was suspected, but the coroner wasn't in, and we were really just minding the shop until he came back on the 26th. I was mostly just trying to make it till 6 p.m. so I could sign off to the night receptionist and head home. It was Christmas Eve, and I really wanted to get home and put some PJs on and enjoy my evening. We only had one visitor that day, and he was easily the strangest person I'd ever seen. He came bustling in around noon, a middle-aged guy in dark clothes and an honest-to-God traveling cloak. When I saw him, I thought to myself there must be some kind of Harry Potter thing going on in town. The guy looked like an extra in one of the movies, and not one of the extras you wanted to get to know. The guy just screamed Death Eater at the top of his lungs, and when he saw me, he made a beeline for the desk as he flashed his best shark's grin. The eyes that hung above that smile, however, were the most intense I had ever seen. They looked like pools of green that dance in a lake full of ice. The kind of lake that holds monsters beneath the surface. "Excuse me, miss, I was wondering if you've had any John Does come in today." I told him I'd be happy to take a look and asked if he could tell me anything about the body he was looking for. "Oh, late 30s, dark hair, probably dressed in jeans and a plaid shirt." I was instantly suspicious because it sounded like he was describing the body that I'd been wondering about all day. I asked for ID and proof of his relationship to the deceased, but he seemed unable to produce either. He said his brother hadn't come home last night, and someone had told him about the police taking a body that had been found near their apartment, which had brought him here to check on it. I hope it's not him, but just can't stand to see our poor mother worry over him. The unfaltering grin he wore made me believe otherwise, but I told him that without proof of relationship to the deceased, he couldn't view the body. I advised that he come back with photo ID and identification, perhaps a police report, and then we could do a proper ID on the John Doe. He smiled the whole time, but I didn't really trust that grin. He had expected to just waltz in and do whatever he meant to do. Probably snap some pictures for a local tabloid or something like that. While the morgue was short-staffed for the holidays, it wouldn't have been that hard for him to do so either. But I wasn't about to play along. "Oh, I'm sorry. I should have come better prepared. I'll go home and see what I can scrounge up." He left, and I figured I'd never see him again. I wish that had been the case. The strange man came in around noon, but as I settled in to kill the second half of my day, something pinged on my camera around back. The morgue in our town isn't huge, a dozen full drawers, of which about half are usually occupied, a freezer for long-term storage that holds about 3 or 4 cadavers at any given time, and 3 autopsy tables. Most of our business comes in through the rear, ambulances or hearses from the local funeral home, and the back door camera has a motion sensor, so you can tell when one of them pulls up to pick up or drop off. I wheeled over to the little CCTV monitor near the end of my desk and pushed the silent button as I checked the feed. I'd expected to find an ambulance with another drop-off, but instead I was greeted by an empty alley on the grainy monitor. The cameras were old, the feed full of snow and off-color picture, but with daylight still holding sway, it was easy to see that something was out back, but except for the dumpster and the cans we use for garbage. I figured it must have been a bird or something and went back to playing on my phone. When it chirped again, I glanced over just in time to see a shadow step out of frame. A shadow with a cape, or maybe a long cloak. I leaned in and looked at the grainy feed, trying to see where the shadow had gone, but there was nothing. Whatever had set the camera off had stepped out of sight, and I wondered if it might be a bum or something. We did occasionally get vagrants in the alley, but most of them weren't in a big hurry to hang out around the morgue. Most of them knew that lingering in a pull-in lane would get you yelled at by emergency services, and the rest were just afraid of what they might catch from the dumpster, since it was clearly where we disposed of the spare bodies. Ha ha. Seeing the shadow, however, made me think of our mysterious visitor, and I clicked around on the camera to the other 4 views we had. The cold room was clear. The autopsy room was clear. The back hall was clear. The front room was also clear. Except for me, of course. The movement sensor went off again, scaring the tar out of me, and when I flipped over to the back alley, I saw an ambulance pulling into the narrow alley. I sighed, getting up as I went to lock the front door and open the back door for them. I hate it when they don't call first, but that's the nature of business, I guess. Ralph was there, the guy who usually drives the bus for St. Michael's, with a couple of crash victims who had died en route to the hospital. They said the families will be by to pick the bodies up tomorrow. What a Christmas, huh? Sign here. I signed off on his clipboard, and the EMS loaded the bodies into the freezer drawer of the autopsy room. They were pretty banged up, but I had a little doubt that whatever mortician they sent by to get them would put them back together for the funeral. It would either be Gladys or McCann's if they were locals, and both did excellent work for the price tag. I stuck around to chit-chat with Ralph for a few minutes as he smoked, and as the ambulance rolled out of the alley, I remembered the mysterious shadow and had a look around to see if something was still hanging around. The alley was empty, other than the dumpster and the trash cans, and there was nothing that could have made the shadow in the first place. I headed back inside, having killed an hour at least watching them unload a couple of stiffs, and returned to find a surprise. 2 missed calls and a voicemail from a number that I wasn't familiar with. The voicemail turned out to be from someone named Candace, and she sounded scared, despite the upbeat holiday music playing in the background. I called her back, and she asked me to wait a moment as she stepped outside. Yes, hi, my name's Candace Guzman. My fiancé never came home last night, and... She sobbed audibly before regaining her composure. I was wondering if maybe you had a John Doe come in recently? I told her we had, telling her about the man that they'd brought in last night, and I heard her make a heart-wrenching sound as I described him. She said it might be a few days before they could come and identify the body, something about needing someone to watch the children, and asked if we could please hold the body until she could come and have a look. I explained to her that the coroner wouldn't be back until the 26th, and the body would likely go into long-term storage after tonight anyway. She said she'd be there on the 25th when we opened, and thanked me for being so understanding. This is just gonna devastate the kids if it's him. They really loved Terry, so much, especially after the hell their real father put them through. She hung up, and I remember hoping it wasn't him. Nobody wants to find out their stepdad is dead on Christmas. For the rest of the day, I kept catching strange blips on the camera. I would look up from my phone and see odd movement in the hallway cam, or quick and agitated motions in the back area cameras. It was like a moth or something I was catching on the lens, and more than once I thought about going to have a look. It was like being the night guard on a Five Nights at Freddy's game, and the parallels were beginning to spook me as the day progressed slowly. At 4, after glancing up a half a dozen times to find nothing, I finally went and searched the back for whatever was making the cameras wig out. The back hallway was clear, the emergency lights casting the linoleum in a sickly green color. The back door was locked, the shadows gathering in the back alley as I looked through the back window. The cold storage door was locked, but I opened it anyway and took a peek inside, finding nothing but closed drawers and a lot of condensation. My last stop was Short Stay, and I found the door still locked as I opened it and took a peek. All the drawers were pushed in, all the tables were still clean, and nothing seemed amiss. I didn't find any bugs or wildlife that had gotten in when the back door was open, and was forced to return to my desk and wait out the last hour and a half of my shift. 15 minutes later, though, I looked up and nearly screamed at what I saw on the monitors. The monitor in the autopsy room had detected movement, and I looked up to find a familiar man standing over one of the drawers. The body of our John Doe was lying placidly under his watchful eye, and he reached out to stroke the cheek almost tenderly. I watched as he looked up and into the camera as if he could see me. He grinned, raising his hand to wave, And that's when I brought my shaky hand down on the big red button that locked the door between the back room and the front area. I've never had to use it, but I've heard it was installed after some weirdos tried to sneak into the morgue. The mag locks could keep out just about anyone without super strength, and they would engage the lock on the back door as well. I called the police, and I must have sounded pretty frantic because they came immediately. The guy had finished whatever business he had with the John Doe and moved out of range of the camera. I hadn't seen him for close to 10 minutes by the time the police got there, and the 3 uniformed officers told me to stay back as they went through the door once I'd disengaged the button. They told me to re-engage it after they'd gone through, and for 15 minutes I stood waiting for them to come back, agonizing. I could just imagine this guy getting the jump on them and somehow getting back out here to me. He was weird enough to want to mess around with dead bodies. I shuddered to think what he would want to do to me or the police officers if given the opportunity. When someone knocked 3 times on the door to the morgue's hallway, I jumped and quavered out to ask who was there. "It's Officer Mathers, ma'am. We're ready to come out now." I asked if they'd found the man, and they said I must have been seeing things because there was no one back there. I opened the door after looking through the little window to verify who they were, and all 3 were more than happy to take me through each room and show me that there was no one there. I told them about the man who had come in earlier, the creepy guy who had wondered about the John Doe we had, and they took the description. Despite this, I don't think they took me seriously. They said if I saw him again to give him a call, but that they'd found no sign of forced entry, no sign of anyone having been there at all. Even the drawer that you reported open is closed. Nothing disturbed or out of place, at least as far as we can tell, Officer Mathers added. Luckily for me, my relief came in about that time, because I didn't think I could stand to be there for another second. I told him what happened, even called my boss to tell him what had happened, and went home to try to relax and enjoy my Christmas Eve. I'd like to say that's the end of it, but the real horror was what came the next day. I was woken up at about 8 o'clock the next morning by a phone call from the police. They were sending a car to come pick me up at my apartment, and they had some questions they needed answered right away. The officer on the phone was being extremely cagey, and if he hadn't started out by giving me his badge number, I would have probably thought it was a crank call. He assured me that this was very serious, and that if I didn't agree to come down to the station, I might find myself compelled to do so. So I got dressed and was indeed picked up by a police car and taken to the local precinct. I was put into a meeting room with Detective Ruckers and asked about the nature of my call to the police the day before. I told him the truth. I told him I'd seen someone in the morgue area and called the police after locking down the building. Police had come, but they hadn't found anybody. I suspected that it was the weirdo who had come in earlier that day. I gave the detectives his description, in fact. The detective was very interested in the details of the weird guy I'd seen, since now the case of the John Doe had taken a very strange turn. How could that be? He's been locked in a drawer since they brought him in yesterday. Detective Ruckers gave me a look that told me he was trying not to give me more information than I needed, but before leaving, he finally decided to throw me a bone. I'm afraid someone took him at some point yesterday and did something pretty terrible with him. I asked him what had happened. My curiosity piqued, but he said he couldn't share details of an ongoing investigation with someone who might be involved. We'll call you if we have any more questions, but I should tell you you're a person of interest and probably shouldn't leave town for the next few days. I walked out of the precinct, utterly confused. What the hell happened? Turned out I wouldn't have to wait very long for answers. The police were tight-lipped about the incident, but the news was less vague about details. It appeared that on December 25th, at around 4 in the morning, someone had broken into the Guzman's home. Mrs. Guzman, the woman I'd talked to the day before, had called the police and went to lock herself and her children in their bedroom. She had no sooner left her bedroom than she heard the screams of her children from the living room. She was afraid that the intruder had done something to them and went charging into the living room to save them. What she found were her children cowering before the Christmas tree, and the body of her fiancé, Terry Russell, sitting in the armchair that he had loved so much in life. Police had arrived, but it appeared that no one had forced their way in at all. They said it looked like Mr. Russell had simply fallen out of the sky into his favorite armchair, just to give his family the worst Christmas surprise of their lives. They interviewed Mrs. Guzman, and she told the reporters that her husband had been responsible for these things. It was pretty clear that the police and the reporters were trying to get her off camera, but Mrs. Guzman was adamant that these facts be disseminated. I wondered why they hadn't cut the interview, but I supposed it made the story even more sensational when you thought about it. A distraught fiancé talking about her vindictive ex-husband after finding the body of her new love in her home on Christmas morning would probably boost their ratings for the whole year. It was Martinez, I know it. He left my Terry there for me to find, to remind me not to think I was safe. You have to protect me. Someone has to find him. As long as he's out there, this'll never stop. He was filled with presents, like some strange Santa Claus sack. He filled him up after he killed him and left him for me to find. He left him there. He left him there. He left him there. After that, I had to have answers. We didn't get the body of Terry Russell when it was released by the investigators. They were probably afraid that we would lose it again, and I never got a chance to look at the report of what had been done to him. But I wasn't without means. A friend of mine who works for the police department in my town agreed to have drinks with me. After some pleasantries, he told me all the details that were too gory for TV. He told me how the body had been stuffed with cheap gifts that were wrapped in what appeared to be the divorce papers that Mrs. Guzman had sent her ex-husband. Most of us knew Mrs. Guzman already. We've been called by the neighbors quite a few times for well checks or domestic violence claims. She never implicated Mr. Guzman, but the bruises we found on her and the kids made it pretty clear that the man had a temper. I asked my friend about Mr. Guzman, about what he looked like and how he seemed to them, and he had a lot more to say about the woman's husband than the woman. The guy was a kook. He always dressed like some kind of wizard with fancy clothes and fancy capes, and always had this look about him. I don't know how to describe it if you've never seen it, but I deal with guys who make a lot of outrageous claims about what they can and can't do. You deal with guys all the time. They tell you they're gonna kill you where you stand, or how they're gonna break both your arms and snap your neck the second you lay hands on them. Most of those guys are full of crap, but Martinez Guzman was the first guy I believed could actually do it. He wasn't a huge guy, but the look in his eyes made me think he was capable of violence, and maybe he was capable of other things, too. He told me that Martinez Guzman had been nowhere to be found when they arrived, if he had ever been there to start with, but the body of Terry Russell had been seated in the chair, just as Mrs. Guzman had said it would be. There was no sign of forced entry, just like it said on the news, and it was like he had just dropped out of the sky right into that chair. We searched the house first, not figuring her fiancé was going anywhere. But once we got back to the living room, we saw something out of place. There were things on the floor in front of him, things wrapped in paper that was discolored. They just kept falling to the floor as we came back into the living room, and we didn't really understand what they were until we came around the chair. He paused for a moment and took a long pull off his drink. It was one of the worst things I've ever seen. His belly had just opened up, as if someone had drawn a zipper, and there were all these little paper packages lying on the ground. They were cheap things, little toys and costume jewelry, and they were all wrapped up in legal papers. We didn't even know they were divorce papers until we took them back to the station and got them analyzed. That's when we started really looking at Martinez. The papers were from a packet his wife's lawyer had mailed to him. They weren't something just anybody could have got their hands on. It was like the son of a bitch had wrapped up all these presents for him to open. Then he just put them in her fiancé. Then he'd turn the man loose to just walk home and deliver them. I asked him how the presents had gotten in there since we hadn't even autopsied the man, and he gave me a strangely mystical look. That's the thing. There were no cuts on him. There were no incisions, no stitches, no staples. There was nothing. It was as if they had just appeared inside of him, fully wrapped, and then he'd taken them home for delivery. He took another long drink, and when he sat the glass down, he raised his hand to the barkeep to tell him to get another one. I've seen some weird shit on the force. You remember that alligator we found in the sewer, and those girls that went missing who just randomly appeared in the cornfield last year? This is beyond me, though. I don't understand it, but I believe Mrs. Guzman when she tells me that her husband is some kind of magic man. She talked about it constantly when she was at the station. She talked about how she and the kids needed protection, how they needed to disappear, how they needed to go somewhere Martinez would never find them. She was adamant about it, and most of the guys at the station think she's a nut. Looking at that and remembering the way his eyes looked any time we would interview him, I don't think she's a nut. I think she got mixed up with something bad, and I think if we don't make her disappear, we'll find her and those kids dead someday. He finished his drink in one long slurp and then excused himself, saying he needed to get some air. That was a couple of weeks ago, when the media has finally forgotten about the strange presents Mrs. Guzman and her children were delivered on Christmas morning. They may have, but I haven't. There's nothing I can do about it except give out the description of Martinez Guzman and hope that if anyone sees him, they'll know to stay away from him. He's a man in his early 40s, Hispanic, with short dark hair and the most intense emerald green eyes I've ever seen. He was wearing strange clothes, like a costume from a Harry Potter movie, and when he spoke, it felt like spiders running up my spine. I don't recommend that you approach him. I don't recommend that you attempt to apprehend him. For the love of God, I don't recommend that you get to know him at all. As Mrs. Guzman could attest, his presents are far from what's on anyone's Christmas list. We had just returned from the City Hall's Christmas celebration, and Grandpa was in rare form. He had taken off the beard, but he was still wearing the red suit and iconic cap of the jolly old Saint Nick. He had agreed to be the city's Santa that year, and not even the most jaded of children that had sat on his lap had been less than enchanted with him. I had little doubt that there was more than one parent who was scrabbling to fulfill the holiday's wish list that some child had thrust Grandpa's way, but that was to be expected. This was Christmas time, after all, and it was a time for magic. To my surprise, Glimmer had agreed to come with us. I'd been trying to get her more comfortable with groups of people, wanting to let the people in town see her if we intended to be an item, and after some discussion and a little begging, she had agreed to come with us.
It will be nice to see this town. I have heard so much about you and Fisher.
I had bought her a gaudy Christmas sweater from Walmart, complete with a festive green hat to hide her ears, and she had laughed herself sick at the sight of it. It was the color of tinsel, the outside silver and shiny, with some red and gold puffballs to break it up a little, and she claimed it was the ugliest thing she had ever seen. It was warm, though, not that the cold bothered her much, and the townspeople had been happy to see her again. So many of them remembered her from Halloween the year before, and we heard endlessly how cute a couple we made. The sweater, I discovered as we sat by the fire in the living room, was just as scratchy as I had thought it would be, but I didn't mind too much. Glimmer snuggled close, her hands clutching at the cup of hot chocolate that Grandpa had made for us, and I was happy to have both the fire and her warmth, as I tried to warm the chill from my bones. The snow hadn't left the area since Halloween, and it was one of the coldest winters I could remember.
This warm drink gets better and better every time I have it. What do you call this white fun on top?
I tried not to laugh. Whipped cream. The little ones floating on top are called marshmallows.
Fascinating.
She said it with something close to reverence. Grandpa came back with a cup of his own and sighed happily as he settled into his favorite chair. It's always such a joy to see the kids' faces this time of year. I hope they all get exactly what they want from St. Nick. I smiled. It was nice to see Grandpa so happy. Grandpa wasn't usually prone to melancholy, but sometimes he did get a little introspective, and it seemed to make him blue. Holidays were always good times for Grandpa, and it was nice to see him enjoying life. As long as you don't go and set up your own workshop and try to fill the void when he doesn't, I joked, drawing a laugh from Grandpa. Oh no, I would never try to compete with the man himself. If Santa can't bring the kiddies of Cashmere what they want, then it just can't be done. We laughed, but Glimmer looked slightly confused.
You speak of this Santa Claus like he's real. He's just a story of children, isn't he?
I started to tell her yes, but Grandpa looked scandalized. Oh, heavens, no. Santa's as real as you or I. I met him once when I was in Alaska. Didn't I tell you that story already? I shook my head, more than ready to hear this little tale. No, but you've hinted at it more than once. I've honestly been waiting to hear this one. Grandpa chuckled. I imagine you have. Very well. Let me tell you about the time that I helped save Christmas. It was December 24th, 1945, and I was as lost as I had ever been. I'd been making a delivery, somewhere. I can't remember, but it was a backwater amongst backwaters. I was in the smaller truck. No need for a huge trailer when you were delivering little more than supplies, and I'd just taken a Christmas feast to a town smaller than the military base I had been at. They had invited me to stay, but I was still hoping to get back in time to see your grandma before it got too late. Well, as the sun set and I was still trying to find the road back to Willowbrook, I was coming to the conclusion that I wasn't going to get home before midnight. There were no cell phones, of course, so I couldn't call my boss and tell him what was happening. I was still trying to find the road again as my truck sat on a quarter of a tank, and I sat by the road and reviewed a map that I hoped was accurate. So, when someone came by and tapped on my door, I jumped high enough to bang my head on the roof of the cab. There, in the middle of nowhere, stood a little old man in a long red coat and a red bucket hat, what you would call a taxicab driver hat now, I suppose. He had a little white beard and a pair of gold spectacles, and he looked as happy to see me as I was confused to see him. We stared at each other for a couple of minutes before I finally reached over and opened the door to the cab. He hopped right in, thanking me for my hospitality as he rubbed his hands together. I was afraid I'd never find anyone to help me out here, he said in a voice that was familiar, though I couldn't place it. Well, friend, if I wasn't so lost, you'd have been out of luck. I seem to have gotten turned around, and I can't find my way back to Willowbrook for the life of me. He smiled warmly, his eyes twinkling a little. Well then, it's you who's in luck, friend. I just happen to know the way back to Willowbrook if you'd be willing to help me out. I was hesitant, not really trusting some old fella who just appeared out of nowhere like this, but it was Christmas, and couldn't just leave him to freeze in the Alaskan wilderness. I assumed that he had a car further down the road that had run out of gas, or maybe he needed to get a lift to the closest town, and These were both things that were within my power to help with. I told him I'd help him, and he smiled as he extended a hand. I shook it, a little electricity passing between us as I did. So I turned the truck back on, and we got moving. "Which way?" I asked, painfully aware that we might both be walking as I looked at the fuel gauge. "Take a left, and I'll guide you from there." I did so, and as the heater warmed the cab, I found myself curious about the old fella. "How did you come to be out here alone on Christmas Eve?" "Oh, I was making some deliveries when my vehicle got away from me." I nodded, glad to see a fellow delivery man out on the road. I can understand that, for I certainly had to learn to keep it on the road and out of the ditches around here. Not always easy with the ice and snow. I remember one time I was delivering a load to Nome, driving the yard's newest truck, when I took a turn too wide and put it nose deep into a snowbank. Wayne was fit to be tied when I called him, but luckily the truck wasn't too badly damaged. The old guy laughed, a real belly shaker, and I found myself laughing too as it infected me. "This is a treacherous country, Jack. You've always got to be on your toes, especially when the weather's bad." I nodded, telling him that was sure so. The name hadn't even registered, but looking back, it should have sent up alarm bells. We rode for a ways, my headlights our only real light source, and I kept a careful eye on the fuel gauge. I knew how much I had, and I knew roughly how far it would take me, which wasn't going to be very far. The moon was a thin sliver in the night sky, casting all that snow in an icy pale sheet, and as we drove, the old man kept a careful eye out for his vehicle. I expected to come upon a truck, or maybe even a long trailer like mine, but the further we went, stranger it seemed not to find one. I began to wonder how far he had walked. "Are we getting close?" I asked him, looking over at him as he smiled placidly. "Oh, I should think so. They couldn't have gotten too far." "They?" I asked, a little confused. "My helpers, the ones I left with the truck." I was a little suspicious, but I tried not to let it show. There was a very good reason why you don't pick up hitchhikers out here, and I was beginning to suspect trouble. He looked like a harmless old man, but that's just what he might want me to think. Especially if he was trying to lure me into a trap. These helpers might be men who were ready to rob me and leave me in the cold to die. They could be murderers who were going to bury me in a snowdrift where no one might ever find me. Worst of all, they could be, "My land, Jack, have a little more faith in your fellow man. I'd hope the war hadn't changed you that much." I turned to look at him, and when he told me to watch out, I turned the wheel just before I would have ran my truck straight into a snowbank. "How did you know what I was thinking? Hell, friend, how do you know my name?" The old man opened his mouth a few times as he tried his best to find an answer, but then something caught his eye, and he hollered stop with such ferocity that I had little choice but to oblige. He was out of the cab and into the cold before I had come to a full stop, and I was left watching as he took off for a patch of wood off the road. I called after him, telling him to come back, but that was when I saw what had caught his eye. There was a dent in the snow, something that looked like it had been caused by a very courteous meteor, and the tracks moving away from it made me curious. Despite my better judgment, I was out of the car and, without much thought, pulling my gloves on as I walked past the dent and followed the tracks of the old man. Trap or not, I wanted some answers. I had taken more than my gloves out of the truck, however, and the revolver bumped my hip as I ambled along. The woods were cold and dark, the silver moon cutting a ghostly glow on the snow, and as I moved through the woods, I realized I'd lost the trail. It was the second time that night, I reflected, and I was ready to turn around and find my way back to my truck when I heard a strange noise, the ethereal tinkle of jingle bells. I heard something exhale loudly and turned to find a large deer running towards me. Not just a deer, a reindeer. The reindeer made a sound like an angry hog, and when I threw up a little shield to stop him, he looked confused as he hit the curtain of air. It wouldn't have stopped him in his tracks, not at that point, but the resistance had confused him, and I took advantage of that confusion to draw my gun. The horns on this buck were mighty big, and as I sighted up on him, he seemed to sense the danger he was in and got real still. We stood there, staring at each other for a moment, before a jolly voice called out to me, "I'd appreciate it if you didn't plug my reindeer, Jack." The bells rang merrily as he turned to look at the man, and when I heard the familiar laugh, I looked up to find my passenger, though I gasped at the change he'd undergone. I recognized him now, that he had his iconic look, that was. He wore a long, rich red coat, the trim, white fur. His boots were black, the soot still powdering off of them as he walked. He had a long red cap, like a furry nightcap with a ball on the end, and a rotund stomach that, dare I say, shook when he laughed like a bowl full of jelly. The rosy glow of his face had nothing to do with the cold, and his cheeks practically glowed. "Looks like you caught Blitzen before he could get away. He and Vixen got spooked when we ran afoul of some Canadian geese who were on the move. They dumped me out of my sleigh and went to cool off somewhere, taking my conveyance with them. Now that I've got 'em back," and as he said it, I could see 7 more deer behind him, all strapped to a long red sleigh, "I can get back to work." He took Blitzen and reattached him to the sleigh, and as I watched him climb in, he took up the reins and brought him down with a snap. "Follow the road and you'll get back to Willowbrook by 11, he shouted as the deer began to take off. "If I make it," I yelled after him. When the deer lifted him into the sky, I felt the breath whoosh out of me in surprise. "You'll make it," he shouted, laughing again. "Check the back when you get to the yard. I think you'll find something extraordinary." As he disappeared into the sky, I made my way out of the woods and back to the truck. I found my tank full, and the gauge didn't go down a bit until I pulled into the depot. I remembered what he'd said when I went to go get in my own truck, and pulled back the fastenings to find the back of the storage area full of wrapped presents. There were gifts for everyone. John's whole family, Wayne and his family, the mechanic we had, Scrap, even a couple for your grandma. I was speechless as I transferred them to my truck, and after dropping Wayne's gifts off in the front porch, I drove home to slip the gifts for John and his family under the tree. I was unloading them, careful to slip the gifts for my new girlfriend back into the cab, and that's when I found one that I must have missed earlier. A gift for me. "Merry Christmas, Jack, to help you next time you get lost without a friendly old elf to guide your way." I opened a marvelous road atlas, an atlas that seemed to change with the roads and grow with the land. It served me well, even when I came back to the States, and when I accidentally sold it along with my old pickup truck, I figured it was the old man's way of saying it was time to pass it on. I'll never forget that night, and I'll never forget how I helped Santa and probably saved Christmas. I went and took a sip of my hot chocolate, but found only an empty cup.
Wow, so you really helped Santa cause his time of need?
"I sure did," Grandpa said, with a little wink. "And you stared down a charging reindeer with nothing but a revolver?" I asked, maybe sounding a little skeptical for Grandpa's taste. "Like I said, I was a much younger man then," he hedged. I wanted to be skeptical, but it was really no more far-fetched than any of Grandpa's other stories. If I believed that he had learned magic from an honest-to-God Native American medicine man, if I believed that he had scared spirits out of people's houses, then I suppose I had to take this at face value too. Grandpa had lived a life of adventure that most would never know, and I suppose I should count myself lucky that he was willing to share it with me.
"Another fine tale,"
Glimmer said, getting up and raising her empty cup to Grandpa.
"Though I hope I get to appear in another one sometime."
"I have a few more tales with a certain sparkly moonchild in them, though they aren't stories I often like to remember." She frowned, but looked more sad than cross.
"We do have our fair share of sad stories, don't we, Fisher?"
He nodded, and Glimmer kissed him on top of his cap as she headed for the back door. I followed behind, receiving a kiss of my own and the promise of another visit tomorrow before she returned to the woods. Grandpa was snoring lightly when I got back to the living room, and I covered him in a blanket before heading to bed myself. It had been a long and eventful day, and I was ready to snuggle down under my covers and get my own Christmas wish, some uninterrupted sleep.